Raise your voices, me trumps!
Alright, welcome back to another AC4 Black Flag stream. Hey Valevi, this is not The Witcher. Yeah, this is another Witcher expansion in the open seas. Everybody asked for it, of course. Ah, does it? That's weird. Maybe it didn't save my... Yeah, I didn't save it when I changed it. It's really weird, like I also couldn't get rid of my of the metal music kind of like tag. Like every time I tried to delete it from, you know, where we did our Guitar Hero session. Like right now I tried to delete it. I click done and it still says metal music. Like I just can't get rid of it. There's something's wrong with Twitch again, I think. But yeah, change it back to AC. Thanks for telling me. I think it worked now. At least for that. But yeah, we are continuing today with more of Black Flag, and we're actually almost done with the game and our playthrough. Only have a few side missions left, like 3 sequences or so, and just like a few collectibles. But yeah, we're gonna start with some side stuff because I want to finish all the side stuff we have available. At least the ones that we do. Before we continue with any of the main stories, we have like full focus on that. Yeah, definitely sums me up as a person. So meadow.
Good day's hunting.
Nice. I think that's Kingston actually. Yeah, I think it is. And hey Varot, welcome in Sandy. And thank you so much for the raid, dude. Welcome in everybody from Rodstream. I hope you had a good last side mission in Witcher. And yeah, doing pretty good, Levy. Having a nice day so far. It's a really nice weather today actually, over here. I reckon same for you. You could have done and had a weird hostage where its mane and eyes moved off from its head and body. Wait, what? That's amazing. Jesus. Did you actually clip that? If not, I think we have to go back and make sure to do that. Okay, so we only have like mine CDs here, I think that's that of interest to us. And message in a bottle. Nice.
Good. Another keystone.
There we go. Letter 6. Now we can start reading more of these letters. Because now we have 6 and so 14. Okay. That's a few letters. Yeah, no worries, Levy. My apprenticeship. When I was age 14 years...
A letter? For me?
For me? When I was age 14 years, my father, feeling I should have discovered some better skill or trade sensible to my habits of mind, apprenticed me to a master carpenter, joiner called Jonathan Davenport of Boston. Master Davenport had then many slaves and 2 other white boys in his employ. One a bricklayer by trade and the other a carpenter, both not terrible clever. But seeing in me a certain spark of intelligence and wit, Master Davenport was all too keen to place me as a joiner, and I was happy to oblige, the position earning me some £2 a year, and great satisfaction of spirit. A joiner's work requires a nice and steady hand, and a great taste in ornament, both qualities Master Davenport told me I had in large measure. And so it was with great pride that, well prior to the customary 7 years, I took leave of my master after only 5 and set out on my own at 19 years of age to seek my success, now a man and master in my own right. My master was not sad to see me go, but bade me good fortune, for I knew in his heart that I was the greatest talent, yet apprenticed. For there's something of a natural genius in you, lad, a wisdom beyond your years. So packing a kit of all my worldly possessions, I bid my mother and father much love and farewell, then took passage on a merchant brig, bound for Jamaica and the West Indies, where needs for carpenters of skill were greatly needed. Okay, let me actually have a quick look at that rod.
wailing women and crying babes didn't move in one bit.
The horse's eyes, what the fuck?
Wait.
Crying babes didn't move in one bit.
What's the fuck?
Crying babes didn't move in mounts. Go wailing women and crying babes didn't move in one bit.
The horse's eyes, what the fuck?
That's amazing, dude. I've never seen that before in in The Witcher, I don't think. That bug. That's one hell of a horse quest. Thanks for clipping that, Rod. That's amazing. I've never seen something like that in Witcher either. It definitely seems like a unique bug right there. Maybe that's the feature of having that Empress ending, you know? It's like a glitch in the Matrix. On leaving home. It pains me now to think on my feelings of my departure from Boston, and from my dear parents who raised me so well, for in hindsight I think perhaps I should have been melancholic, or anxious at the least. Yet leaving home at so spry an age ranks as one of the great joys of my life. Never before or since did I feel ever such an embrace of freedom. Yet not all concerning my leaving were joyous, as it was around this time that the voices came upon me strong, much like a man whispering in my ears. These voices were neither sinister in nature, nor did they prevent major dealings with my fellow men. But unlike my reveries which came to me in my sleep or my daydreams, these voices came upon me at times inconvenient to my present purpose. Day and night they intruded without provocation, and though they were not constant, they were certainly frequent in nature. And, strangest of all, had the qualities of memories. There were times too that it seemed I heard my own voice among them. Was it possible that I heard conversations from a previous life? Memories of those I knew, memories of engagements long past. In the next letter I shall relate what were perhaps the most confounding snatches of conversations. What the voices said. Here I relate one such memory, repeated ad nauseum through the whole of my life. Myself, a man into a woman. A woman. As biological traits are passed from one generation to another, why should we not engineer the humans to pass learned information to their offspring as well? It is well within our scope. And here another woman interrupts. Never. Already we have made them sturdy and strong. Why should we give them with new advantages over us? We are dying, the war is tilting against us. We should discover a means to our own salvation, not theirs. And here the men disagreed. Our time is done. The instruments of our will shall soon be our masters, and we shall fade away. Perhaps not in 10 or 20 years, but certainly the century is our last. Why not therefore give the humans with added faculties for wisdom and growth? Why not let them pass on the accumulations of their learnings from one generation to the next? By ever ascending degrees, the humans shall be as wise as we are. And here I seem to speak. It can be done. By simple manipulation of the code within their blood, we could improve a lot. And here the second woman screams, absolutely not. And then the memory is ended. So this is essentially a conversation between the Isu discussing the future of the humans, right? Like before the first Toba catastrophe happened like 80,000 years ago. The Isu also had a war with the humans that were kind of like working as a slave caste to the Isu essentially, doing production and serving them in any way needed. And they used, of course, the pieces of Eden to keep them in line and to control them. But yeah, eventually, they had like so many humans that they actually started revolts and actively fought against the Isu. And with the Isu also at the same time having to take care of finding the right node of time in the future that will prevent the catastrophe. They kind of fighting too many fronts at once, essentially. And that's what this conversation is kind of like about. It's also about like embracing, like some who actually embrace the humans and felt, you know, that they needed to be liberated and emancipated. But a lot of these, of course, clung to the old ways and, you know, wanted to keep them slaves to them, completely obedient. And Juno and Aita are definitely two of the Isu that were in favor of enslaving humanity and keep it that way. But yeah, Minerva, on the other hand, was very much in favor of liberating and living together between the two breeds, I guess. A curious incident at sea. Upon my route to the West Indies, a curious incident aroused in me a revelation. It was a wanton act of violence that I witnessed, one that proved fatal only to its instigator. A pardoned pirate named Severy, who had come aboard to work off his debts as an honest Christian, yet died a devil full of drink after mistaking the reasonable abjurations of his fellow men for insults. He was taken by a self-inflicted pistol shot, sustained as he attempted to load his piece in preparation for the first of 6 duels, which he had arranged as challenges against our group. All of us were sad for his misfortune, but none were sorry that our crew grew quieter in his absence. And yet, at seeing the poor chap wound himself so, and witnessing the blood freely flowing from his body, a notion sprang upon me like an idea long dormant, already within me yet awaiting a chance to reappear. Thence came the phrase I had heard before, springing to my mind. The code in the blood. Suddenly it was sensible to me. The code of life, like a shipbuilder's drawings in miniature, yet responsible for building each and every man and woman on Earth. How was it that such an idea made perfect sense to me? How was it I understood already that which had no precedent in the most modern philosophies? The code of life, in our blood. Imagine. These ideas swirled within me for many weeks upon that voyage, spinning in such a maelstrom of thought I could not articulate them. Hey there, Forrest. Welcome in. How's it going? Thank you for joining. Welcome back, Rod. You like how the spelling of words is done for these? Yeah. That's something we definitely feel like Darby had an influence on. Because he very much enjoys, I think, writing according to the time that the stories are set. But yeah, I think it's very nicely done. You like when games and movies get Old English done correctly? Yeah. Yeah, W. McDavid, the main writer behind this game, he's like really into like historical writing. And does like a lot of research every time he writes a new kind of like setting. Yeah, it really is a nice touch. The punctuation is hard to get correct. I'm actually not an expert at all at how Old English is, but it's good to know that you know, it's actually like fully accurate. Finding steady work. Reaching Jamaica, I pushed all other thoughts and fantasies from my mind and set about finding myself employment. A letter of endorsement from my mentor, Mr. Davenport, hastened my success, and within a fortnight I was able to secure an interview with an agent working for the estimable Mr. Peter Beckford, a man known wide across the West Indies as a one of honor and good intelligence. As I must say, was his agent, for the man hired me on the spot, and within 2 days' time was set to work upon the slave quarters, fitting them with sturdier doors and tighter roofs. For my own accommodations, I am well pleased to tell they were fine. 3 windows had I, 2 of which looked upon the cane fields. When opened, a light breeze filled my room, one scented with the raw perfume of a nearby sea, and the distant sound of the hushing ocean surf. Often too the spiritual songs of the Negros harder work entered and gave me a deep calm. It was pleasant there, only this comfort could not mask the dread I felt at the thought of catching the yellow fever, or another of the innumerable ailments that often struck those newly arrived to these parts. For my part, I saw well over 17 men and women perish from the disease within 6 months of my arrival. It seemed then that for every success I had, another 2 or 3 potential hazards lay in wait, and as time would tell, this proved most unfortunately true. Damn. So this really showcases that he is indeed a sage of Aita, because of the way he talks, right, also about the slaves. He's kind of like proud of what he does, right, like he's proud of like working to keep the slaves in line. And at the same time, you know, he wants to distance from them because it's like, the way he talks about them, I guess, but also like saying they might have, you know, sickness and diseases, and I can't stand being too close to them. He's, yeah, definitely embracing that, like, looking down on other human nature that a lot of the Isu have. And I guess a lot of the Templars. But, yeah. But that definitely makes sense that a sage of an Isu would work, you know, in like a slavery kind of like business. Because that's what they have done with the human race, essentially. You love history? Yeah, me too. And it's one of the reasons I love the AC games so much, because there's not really a lot of games that, you know, use much of an effort to kind of like immerse yourself into a time period in the way that AC games kind of like do. Peter Beckford the Elder. Of my employer I must say something, for it was owing to his connections that I came to find such troubled dealings. Peter Beckford was a man of great charisma and pride. In 1662, he had come to Jamaica and in just 10 years had fast procured himself as a sizable portion of land, which he sowed with cane as early as he was able. Upon my coming into his orbit, he claimed all about him, one of the largest private holdings of land in all of the world, rivaling only kings and emperors for his largesse. The same surplus applied to the number of slaves in his employee, whereas he had arrived in Jamaica with a complement of 3, he now owned the better part of 300. A shrewd and relentless man of business, Mr. Beckford was known also to be subservient to the temper of cyclonic power, wrath and fury, and enmity were his primary means of settling arguments that could not be concluded in Mr. Beckford's immediate favor. He was, however, always kind to me, and as gracious a man as one could hope an employer to be. But this I put down to my status in his eyes. He was a traditional man with a respect for rank and breeding. In earlier times he had been the governor de facto of the island, and though a statesman no longer upon my arrival, he still bore off the signs of a man who felt it his natural duty to lead. Further, his political connections he valued as deeply as his sugar. Take my sugar. And the money it brought him. And it was in this capacity, following the arrival of a Spanish soldier, that I met the man who would change my life for the worse, forever. A young man named Laureano Torres.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Take my sugar? But yeah, Laureano Torres is actually the Templar Grandmaster in the current time. So another sage meeting the Templar Grandmaster explains why Torres actually recognized robots. Because they had the same kind of like facial features. Even though they technically existed already at the same time. But that's the thing, right? Like Black Flag establishes that 2 sages can exist at the same time. And there's also like multiple throughout, you know, different generations. History repeats itself more often than not. Yeah. I guess that's because people never learn through history. Often fail to do. The Templar Arrives. It was in April of 1673 when I espied the galleon in Kingston Harbour, flying the colours of a man of Holland, which I thought queer but not unlikely. This was a ruse, however, for the ship's cargo was most assuredly Spanish. A gentleman called Torres, once a soldier in the Spanish army, now an emissary on behalf of his king. Or so he said to Peter Beckford. I learned later that he called himself a Templar, and had made his visit to Beckford's plantation to look upon Master Beckford's strange collection of collected manuscripts. Torres was 2 days with Mr. Beckford when another object took his full attention, namely, me. The sight of my face stirred in him a strange sort of excitement, which I found altogether untoward at first, until he plied me with questions that shocked me to the core of my being. Said he to me one evening after supper, "Hear your voices, Mr. Kavanagh? How's that?" I answered, feigning ignorance, though shaking in truth. "Voices, from the dark of your mind, or memories, to be clearer, as if from another life entire." And here I was terrified. How was it that this man knew the old riddle of my life, as if it were a bane effect of history? "I know not what you mean, Master Torres," said I, and took my leave of him, so anxious as I was. "Good night to you, sir," said he, as I departed. "We shall speak again when you are rested and ready to talk." Still shaken, I bade him good night, and made for my bedchamber, feeling another reverie coming strong upon me. When I reached my bed, I fell into both. Another frightful reverie. Here I relate another reverie, myself and a woman. "Beloved," said she, a voice so intimate and familiar. "Our colleagues conspire against us. They differ and sigh, resigned to their fates, content to champion the humans. But there's hope for us. There's a chance we might inure our bodies to the chilling world, the poisoned atmosphere, and the war itself. Will you aid me? Will you submit?" And here I hear my own voice in the answer. "Yes, beloved. What must I do?" "Transference," said she, "the shuttling of our minds from these old bodies into new forms, mechanical bodies perhaps, or into those of our instruments, our humans. In short, I believe there may be a way to transfer all we know and all we are into other forms. In this way we may survive the coming cataclysm and live to see our people repopulate the earth, and recover her from those who foolishly set loose upon it." "Transference," I said aloud. "Our minds into alternate vessels? A dangerous prospect, but reasonable." "Yes," said she, "and who better to make this leap than you, my beloved husband, with a mind unparalleled, a constitution unrivaled, architect of the Observatory, overseer of Eden's tools, the brightest light in our civilization. If you are not capable of making this leap, perhaps no one is." And he replied, I will do this for you, my beloved, for us and our people." Man, I'm getting chilled just thinking about Valhalla right now. You know, like seeing how they kind of like survived, because they used the same method that Juno and Aita used. But yeah, this is also interesting because it kind of confirms that Aita, Juno's husband, and kind of like the ancestor in a way to all of these sages that we have met so far, that he's actually the architect of the observatory, right? Like, he built the place. And he's also the overseer of Eden's tools, so, you know, like the pieces of Eden. So he was like a major, you know, kind of like a person or personality. But yeah, in kind of like, the confrontation of Vitoba catastrophe, they of course try to find different ways of survival and using their consciousness to be transferred into another vessel, like into newborn humans. It's kind of like a way for them to survive. That's why we have sages. The Assassin. Lost as I was in my reverie, I failed to see the envelope slipped beneath the door to my bedchamber. It read thus: Dear Sir, forgive the alarm I must have raised with my queries, but you have the exact likeness of a man my colleagues and I have longed to meet. Allow me an audience and I will explain all. Your friend, Ariano Torres. I pondered this letter for some time that evening, wondering what it could mean that I had the exact likeness of a man he knew, and why it should raise so much intrigue. I wondered at this for hours, pacing about the room with a mind to slip from my chamber, when of a sudden I heard a rapid succession of reports from pistols and rifles outside in the garden. To my ear it sounded as if war had begun, with me a bystander at its center. I dropped to my knees and hid on the far side of my bed, away from the window, and shut my eyes. But as I did this, a voice called out to me from my chamber door. Mr. Kavanagh, it said. I raised my head and opened my eyes, and there I saw a figure cutting a terrible outline, hooded and robed in dusky sienna. The man lifted a small pipe to his lips and blew. I felt a sting upon my neck, as if from a mosquito. I opened my mouth to protest, but thereupon a wave of fatigue took me, and I fell fast asleep. And yeah, that's all the letters we can read currently. Only missing 2 right now, I think. 15 and 20. But yeah, once we have 15, we're gonna continue. Alright, we also have an entry now for Bartholomew Roberts. Originally hailing from Wales, little is known about John Roberts, the real name of a man who would come to be known as Black Bart long after his death. Most assume he went to sea at a very young age, at 13 or so, but there's no record of him in any historical document until his noted appearance in 1718 aboard a merchant ship, Barbadian in origin. Just a year later, our picture of Robert's life sharpens considerably. We now know he was pressed into piracy by the notorious Howard Davos while working aboard a slave ship under Captain Abram Plump. And though Roberts had likely not gone to sea with the intent of becoming a pirate, when the opportunity thrust itself upon him, Roberts was reported to have said, "A merry life and a short one shall be my motto." A few months later, Davis was killed in an ambush on the Portuguese island of Principe, and Roberts was swiftly and unanimously elected to replace him. This was surely a testament to the man's natural charisma and leadership, for he had been a pirate only a few months. It was at this point he took the name Bartholomew, likely naming himself for the infamous Bartholomew Sharp, a pirate of some renown who had disappeared just 2 decades earlier. One of the most intelligent and strategic pirates of the Golden Age, Roberts was a sturdy, handsome man, known to dress in fine clothes. A handsome man who carried himself with a dignified but unpretentious air. He had dark hair to match his dark complexion, likely set from the almost 2 decades he had spent at sea. He often carried numerous pistols, each tied to one end of a long silk sashes, which he kept slung over his shoulder. His tactical ideas were usually radical, but thoughtfully considered. He never jumped into any scheme rashly, though his ideas seemed almost suicidal to those unacquainted with his methods. Ultimately responsible for the theft of around 400 ships in his 3-year career, he bested every other pirate in the era by a factor of 10 times or more. Although it must be said that at least half of his boats were small periaguas and the like. Wow, it's like, yo, I captured 400 ships, but actually they just been like civilians. And you also have the capuchin monkey. Found throughout Central and South America, capuchins are small and highly intelligent. They eat almost anything: nuts, fruits, small birds, frogs, clams, etc. Many pirates forward capuchin as pets, as do people today. They also serve as helpers for human quadriplegics? Yeah. What even is that?
A letter. For me?
A letter. Hey there, Seraph. Welcome in. Right, that's a bit of reading done there. Hey there, Cider. Welcome in. It's going very good. Yeah, looking forward to play some Black Flag today because we're getting very close to the ending. Might even get there today, actually. I hope you're having a good day so far, Cider.
Aye, another keystone.
Nice. Okay, there's actually something I forgot to activate. And that's the reward for outfits. Let me just take care of that real quick. Right, there we go. But yeah, I think that's everything on Mysteriosa. However, there's actually a treasure, I think, around here. Let's check that out real quick. Nice. Got the plan for the Elite Heavy Shot. Oh, yeah. Only 3 plans left to get. This one. Okay, still have to get the other ones.
senses. I've seen better men than you set off a barrel. One flicker scores the battle. Thank your stars, these targets don't shoot back.
You can interrupt the conversation there. I should have said sorry. Somewhere here should be the treasure. Overkill. There it is. Oh, nice rod. Thanks for choosing the Feline pet outfit. There we go. Lead the heavy shots storage plan. Oh yeah. Handmade Feline pelt outfit, soft and supple. Thanks for choosing that rod. Hold on, I think I actually forgot to add the Templar outfit. That one is new. I didn't miss any other, did I? Yeah, let me go ahead and also add the Templar armor outfit to the command here. For the next time somebody wants to redeem an outfit change. Right. Let's have a look at the check door here. I want to get some upgrades if we can. We can get the heavy shot upgrades. Elite heavy shot. Oh yeah. bit expensive, but definitely worth it. And then the heavy shot storage. And that's it for now. Still missing the last mortar upgrade and the last RAM upgrade, but I think that's essentially it. Yeah. So we're definitely gonna be soon also fighting the legendary ships in that case, because once we have everything maxed out, we're gonna take them on. Okay, I would say let's go to another location. Here we have a new bone. We still have another Mayan Steely and 2 assassination contracts. It could actually be the last Mayan Steely and the last contracts. I do think, yeah, we still have one over here. Okay, let's actually go up here first. Take care of that assassination contract.
La producción del maestro Thomas envía
The last string for the road. This Templar associate hopes to regulate and control the rum trade in the West Indies, using force and violence. His next rendezvous will take place in Arroyos. Find and kill him.
Yo creo que debería pagar la multa. Lo dejarán en paz.
He visto lo que hacen si no pagas.
Pero claro, si el viejo Tom sigue pagando, ¿qué les impide ir a por todos nosotros?
Stop a moment. I can help you fade away.
Solo pido una parte razonable. El 70% bastará. Eso es demasiado. Debo mantener...
Let's refill our ammunition here. Definitely need some sleep darts.
Para que mis hijos puedan... Muchas gracias. ¿Quieres mantener tu negocio y a tus hijos? Ahora.
Okay, he's actually fleeing. Never mind. Getting away, dude.
¡Espera un momento! ¡Abajo! ¡Vamos!
¡Vas allá! ¡Tú! ¡Vas allá!
I guess that does it. Nice. Right. Let's head on here to Newbone next.
Loose main sails! Loose tops and royals! Give us a shanty.
So handy, me boy, so handy. Why can't you be so handy? Oh, handy, me boy, so handy. Oh, up aloft this yard must go. Handy, me boy, so handy. Oh, up aloft from down below. Handy, me boy, so handy. Ah, growl ye brave, but well got, sir. Handy, me boy, so handy. And growl too much and your head down bust. Handy, me boy, so handy. Oh, a bully chef and a bully crew. Handy, me boy, so handy. Oh, we're the gang for the kick through. Handy, me boy, so handy. Your advance has gone, you'd see again.
Okay, let's look at some metal. We still need metal for the mortar upgrades, so.
Ready to fire! Taking a bullet, Captain! That beast will thunder us!
Direct review of Dawn of Ragnarok over at Access the Animus includes a spoiler explanation of certain things. Ah, interesting. I was actually in their stream yesterday on YouTube and was discussing a little bit about the DLC as well. But it seems like overall he's not that that convinced. It also doesn't seem to be that long either, right? Like some people expected like 40 hours of main story or something, but it's maybe like 30 hours of like completionist. So I don't know what they mean with like most ambitious expansion ever, because I mean you can definitely spend a lot of time in some other expansions already, like Fate of Atlantis. There's like lots of hours of content. And yeah, but it also seems to just really have like, you know, only focus on mythology. And very little or loose connections to like the actual Easter time. It took them 7 to 8 hours to do the story. Yeah, I mean, most ambitious expansion, right? Yeah, I don't know. I'm probably gonna play it on my replay of Valhalla, like later this year. If I get like a good deal on the expansion until then, I won't be buying it, you know, right now. Definitely not. Not worth 40 bucks in my opinion. What? Okay. Yes, we have a warehouse here. Let's do that.
Doc, I want to talk to you.
No, die.
Give negative things. Welcome in. Thanks for follow. But don't blame you, dude. As for you, not going to worry about it until next year when it will hopefully be much cheaper. Yeah, that's definitely fair as well, dude. It's not something I'm urging to play. And that's like the first time in a long time that I won't be getting the new AC content on release. Like even for Odyssey I did. But I don't know. You know, given that it's made by Ubisoft Sofia, which, you know, kind of like the games, or most of the games I'm not too fond of. And also like reading an interview with a creative director, I feel like it's not gonna live up to any form of expectation, a positive expectation I would have from such a setting. So Nice. 100 meadow. Oh yeah. Right, what else do we have here? We have another mine steely. Ooh, that's interesting. This looks very similar to something we've seen before. Like the symbol in the middle looks very much like the Staff of Eden, like the Papal Staff of Eden actually. And then the two squares on the side could mean like the apple, or two apples. There definitely seems to be a reference to the Staff of Eden at least. Cheers, Rod. Yeah, I think last time I first noticed that. It really reminded me of that design. Castaway. A fugitive guilty of many heinous and indiscriminate crimes against innocent civilians is hiding from authorities on a nearby island. Kill him to ensure he never harms anyone again.
Yes, a Templar knows always that his work incurs this risk, but I would not choose another life after this one. For I've tasted the fruits of the best the Templars have to offer. So come, whoever you may be, wherever you are, come strike me doom, and collect the pittance promised you.
Well, I will come, don't you worry. And I'm gonna strike it down. all died the same way, I guess. During that explosion. Kinda expected them to like fly away. But they literally just a step aside. Right, let's do the other contract as well here.
Captain Kenway.
To sea!
I actually have a treasure map which is synced to this place. Really? Ah, okay. Just behind the windmill here. Captain Kenway. Only 2 out of 3 Kenways have a title in the games we played. That's true. It's kind of funny how everything even gets roasted in Witcher 3 for Witcher 3. It is just good free for you know, not being able to know how to navigate a ship, or even like, you know, do anything much on it. The dreaded pirate. This arrogant captain is guilty of attacking many civilian ships and subjecting them to torture. Stop his acts of savagery. Yeah, exactly, and then he just like, you know, bumps Connor away so he can like ram the ship, damaging the Akita in the process. It's like, yeah, well done, Hatham. Damn, imagine I could assassinate from here.
Avisadme si veis algo, lo que sea. Sin tesoro no hay descanso. Sin tesoro no hay descanso. Más vale que este tesoro parta en el próximo barco a Sevilla o volveréis a La Habana a nado. ¿Quién tiene el mapa? Quiero verlo personalmente. Sin tesoro no hay
There we go. 30 out of 30 contracts completed. The pistol swords are now available in your inventory. How? Yeah. Definitely gonna be using those for now. Thanks, Rod. Yeah, that fits good to get those done. Okay, so I do actually wonder...
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Take my sugar. I do wonder where the last mine seed is, so we actually have gotten all of them now. Okay, nice. So now we have 100% of the side missions done. Awesome. Okay, so Long Bay is one more, which we can't get until we progress with our main story. Okay, so we actually have enough to get the RAM upgrade. That's good. And we need another like 350 metal for the mortar. So I think I'm gonna get these last 2 upgrades, and then we will probably take on the legendary ships, actually.
You'll want nothing but can be found here, sir.
Right, let's get the Elite RAM. And then we just need metal, and it should be it. Okay, there's a bit of metal.
Ready to fire, sir! Quarters, Kenway! Fire! Ready! Fire!
Right, we need another 250 metal or so.
Oh, Billy Riley was a dancing master. Oh, Billy Riley, 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 master of a drover. Oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, master of a drover, bound for Antigua. Oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, master of a drover. Oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley has a nice cigar. Oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, oh, Missy Riley, little Missy Riley. Oh, Billy Riley, oh, Missy Riley, oh,
Tumble up, all hands! Ready to fire! Get away, sir! That business thunder!
Oh yeah, 150.
We're ready, sir! We're going to hit that! Over there, in the well! Keep my deck clear! You hear the news? Keep them back!
What's our mate doing over here? Look at him. He's like doing parkour. Amazing. Doing the balancing boarding.
And those shorten sail! Get off the squall! Main south, let's go! Get on that main sheet, trim to! Loose, trim to! No match! Ground in all oars! Get up to planks! Fire! Hit the bottom! Ready to fire, sir! Ready to box, sir!
Right, so I think another like 100 metal or so should suffice. Just gotta find another ship. There we go. Perfect. He was very talented. Crew member taking a break to meditate and balance. Yeah, he meditates and balances to keep a balance in life. You know, with all the murdering and pillaging and pirating, sometimes you know, gotta connect to your inner zen every now and then.
Ready to fire?
We're ready, sir!
Yeah, exactly, dude.
Brace yourself!
Concentrate on the task at hand, sir! Bring them up tight! Come and hunt!
Unfurl mains, let's move!
Men!
Welcome back, Levy.
The mortar would...
Cool! Reel the lovers in!
To your favorite part of Black Flag? Some naval. There's gonna be much more naval to come because very soon we're gonna be taking on the legendary ship Venezia. Hey, the Grace. Welcome in.
Not one of the squads that's one of our deck!
Nice. Let's do have a wanted level actually. So we're not getting chased by pirate ships.
Will you sign on, lads? Let out some sail!
We have
Get
lots
them
of some
aloft!
goods useful for
Douse all
upgrading the
sail!
ship, sir!
Nice. So I believe we can now get the last upgrade for the Jackdaw. The Elite Mortar. Nice. Ah damn, I'm actually missing the round shot strength. That could be quite the difference. Because it's 100 damage per round shot extra. Which means we have like 23 cannons. Multiplied with 100, so quite some damage I'm missing out on. The question is, where do we get this plan? Haven't I been to all the underwater locations yet? Been there. Ah, okay, I haven't been to the Kappa ruins yet. Oh, let's go there next then. Make sure we actually get that plan as well.
Get the mainsails into the wind!
Get up those shrouds, let's move!
But I still gotta get a bit of money as well, because we need 35k, I think, for that upgrade.
Much sail as you can!
Why is the pirate hunter against me? Of the pirate's ally, rather. Heck. They just teleported away.
All sails loose and stay tight!
Yeah, they were like a true pirate levy.
Santi!
Yeah, all the shanties. I gotta make up for all the shanties that I didn't hear during your playthrough. Oh, please don't tell me I can dock now over here because of a storm. Still wanna go underwater here?
Look, keep the yards off the wind!
Yeah, that's basically the first thing I do when you drive home, Levy. Listen to my shanty playlist. To compensate, you know, with getting to hear it otherwise. The underwater controls. Now of your favorite aspects about this game, right? Lag. What's that? Okay, let's go over here. Wherever that is. However I get there. Ouch. No idea where this plan is. Okay, there's another chest. Over here. There we go. Nice. Okay, I don't even have to go for the last chest here. I just want to get the plan. And that's all we needed. Apparently I'm still missing one plan, but that should only be like a visual rather than for an upgrade of the Jackdaw. So don't have to bother with that one either. That instant rogue wave war?
She'll take it!
Plans are all you ever need. Maybe more money too. Yeah, if you have plans, then you can just make your own luck. You know. Some meta input might also help out. Always.
As I sailed, oh, my name was Captain Kidd. As I sailed, my name was Captain Kidd, and God's laws I did forbid, and so wickedly I did. As I sailed, so wickedly I did. As I sailed, oh, I murdered William Moore. As I sailed, oh, I murdered William Moore. I laid him in his straw, not many leagues from the shore. Oh, I murdered William Moore. As I sailed, I murdered William Moore. As I sailed.
Alright, so that's all the underwater locations done. So yeah, at this point we just need money, right? So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna touch this rogue wave first. And then I'm just gonna go ahead and loot some treasures. I think that's an easy way to get some extra moneta. 7,400. That's over here in Tulum. And in Tulum we actually need another viewpoint as well. Missed out on this one. The rogue wave AI has gone rogue. True that, dude. They just do whatever they want. Oh yeah, it really is, Levy. Lovely day today. Hopefully it's gonna stay like that until the weekend. Okay. Can't go this way from here. Yeah, I think I gotta go along the coast here, don't I? It's a bit odd how you're supposed to get there. Follow the jungle route here for now. See if it actually leads us there or not. Okay, good. It does. Right, and somewhere down here should be treasure. There it is. Nice, that's another 4K. Let's have a look at the next one here.
Close down! Handsome way!
So I just realized that was actually the wrong location I went to. It wasn't 270, but 170. Never mind.
Easy your bloody orders. Thanks. Kenway, isn't it? I'm with you.
Several sizes.
Welcome. Do come in.
It is. Ah, nice. That's actually the last plan here. Oh, yeah. I've got 2 more treasures. We have this one. Over there. But I should definitely get enough money here for the last upgrade, and then we take on the legendary ships. What the heck is happening here? Biggest faction battle ever between pirates, British and Spanish. Heck?
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Take my sugar. Hey, Vermoller. Welcome, mate. And good day to you. I hope you're having a good morning so far. Okay, where's this treasure? It must be here, right? Thought. Ah, there it is. You having a better morning than yesterday, feeling good? Ah, that's great to hear, Mola. Glad you're having a good one so far. Right, and now we have one more chest. Holy shit. Back. We're taking through this island. Imagine we got hit here and just died. Now we're taking my ejector. Okay, you guys stop that. And shoot at each other as much as you like, but don't hurt my ejector.
They're awfully close, sir! Ready to fire! Look, Captain, the whole place shot down! As fast as we can, sir! She's vulnerable there, Captain!
Get up to planks!
Stop! Let's get moving! Fire! Full exposed! Take the shot, sir! Vulnerable there, Captain!
Get up to planks!
On your mark, Captain!
Fire!
Full exposed! Take the shot, sir!
Ease off the wind! Haul it all sail!
Right, let's get the last treasure as well here. It's 525. 250. Over here. Ah, I think that's like a secret location, isn't it? I think we can't go over yet, actually. Okay, in that case, I'm gonna prepare for the first legendary ship battle. Let's go over here and see if we can sell some resources and also access the fleet to hopefully get enough money for the last upgrade here.
Is that really necessary?
Something I can assist with?
Take my sugar. There we go. Yeah, that's just enough actually. Oh yeah. Let's get the round shot strength upgrade, and it's the entire Jackdaw fully upgraded. Hell yeah. I was gonna refill some water shots. And then we're ready to take on the first legendary ship. I'm gonna change my cells and some other stuff. Oh. Let's go for the Jackdaw figurehead. And let's also go for the black ship cells as well.
Most satisfactory.
Right, it's time to do this. Let's also change my outfit for real quick. I'm gonna go for the I think pirate captain outfit there. And then we can also change our swords to the pistol swords, which we've gotten out of the assassination contracts earlier. Wait, Persian scimitars? Gained by completing community challenges. Interesting. I wanna get those. Yeah, for now we go for the pistol swords. A pair of rare and authentic pistol swords, famous for their explosive finishes.
Captain has the helm.
Blues down! Handsome wind!
Pirate bounty hunter!
Boy, it's actually the twins to start off with. Well then, let's fight two ships, right? Oh man, the anticipation.
Storm captain, look back! They're heading straight for us! We're outnumbered! You heard the captain! Move! Fire! Every last one! Ready to spin! Fire!
take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Ready to bomb, sir! There, sir! Good shot! Fire! Almost ready, sir!
Where's the lamb sauce?
Come on, Ten. Just the lamb.
Where's the lamb sauce?
Right here, Chef.
Lamb sauce is coming up.
Reloaded. Working on it.
I'm precision getter.
Who's made sail? Fire! Incoming fire! Let's move! Fire!
Yeah, Rod. This is gonna be intense.
Fire! Miss! Are the hooks tight?
Oh, shit.
Incoming fire!
We've been touched!
Fire! Fire! Fasten yourselves! Fire! Awaiting your mark, Captain!
Yep, it's one down.
Now's all but me! Thomas! Gallant! Wild! Bad! We're ready, sir! Fire! We're ready! Odin! It's with us! Blaze! That one did some damage! Fire! Pounded us here, sir! Hold it elsewise! Brace for impact! Concentrate on the task at hand, sir! Brace! Fire! That goes the gallant recoil!
Jesus Christ.
Incoming fire!
Okay. I got completely destroyed. Put itself on fire and then just kind of like keeps ramming us.
Captain!
I think I gotta take down that white sail ship first, actually. Because I'm not sure if the black one will still set himself on fire or not. But yeah, I'm gonna try to focus the white sail one first.
They're heading straight for us! We're outnumbered! Last man, clear the bilge! Fire! Too powerful! Surely sink us! Give the order, sir! Fire! Ready to fire, sir! Fire! Making all ace, sir! Fire! Let's get moving!
yourself on fire as well. Oh, fuck off.
Raise for impact! Have to rebuild that
Fuck off, dude.
Almost ready! Fire! Another hit and we'll... Here it comes! Super Saiyan!
Fuck.
Making a lane, sir. Goes the Royal, top. Swim us off the wind.
Okay. So either way, they're gonna put themselves on fire and do the ram attack. So I guess the extra strategy would be to target them both and try not to sink one of them until they're like really low. Oh, like both of them. Fuck's sake. I can't even stop them with like fire barrels, right? Because that's usually enough to stop ramming ships. But they don't getting slowed down enough.
They're heading straight for us. We're outnumbered. More hands. Fire!
Captain, they're too strong!
Awaiting order! Fire! Fire! Ready to fire, sir! Fire! 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 Reloading! Fire! Fire! Ready to go! Fire! Get up the squall!
On your mark!
Oh, come on! Hit the bastards! Fire! Not good enough!
Let's focus on the black ship now.
Firing! Fire! Fire! Off target! Get the hell off! Down to our sail! Fire! Not good enough! Fire! Fire! Miss, damn it!
On your mark, Captain!
Fire! Trim the yards off the wind! All sail! She'll take it! Awaiting orders! Fire! Down the ground on every inch of sail! Ready to fire, sir! Fire!
Ready to mark, sir!
Firing! Brace yourself!
Take it ahead, Captain!
Reloading! Fire! Fire!
Look, Captain! Put a shot right through there!
Fire! 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 As much sail as you can! Fire! Fire!
That's bloody missed!
On your mark, Cabot! Fire! Reach the top! Fire! Blaze! Down! Hit it, Ring! Firing!
Awaiting orders, sir!
Fire!
Get up to planks!
Fire! Ready to fire, sir! She's set herself on
Ready to
fire!
mark, sir!
She's charging at us! Veer off, Captain! Veer off! Ready to fire!
Hit us, sir!
Fire!
Jesus Christ. Okay, we done it. Cool.
Check those royals!
To larboard, sir! Sir! There's loot floating there!
Oh, yeah.
Down to the drink. Down to the drink. Down to the drink.
Indeed, Rod, indeed. Oh, I'm glad I got these guys done. Because yeah, the twins can be quite annoying. I guess the strategy really is to bring them down at the same time as much as you can. But yeah, let's head down over here. And thank you also for the biddies, Rod, I appreciate it. They sure are, dude. They sure are. Okay, I'm gonna make sure to repair my ship and refill some mortars and stuff, so we can take on the next legendary ship here.
Do you require my services?
Okay, let's go for the gilded cells next. These ones actually get for completing all the naval contracts.
Excellent. Good day.
I think that's a ghost ship, isn't it?
Hey! What's that in the fog? It looks like a ship!
She looks like a ghost ship! Aye! Risen from the dead to sink us!
Perfect music for Bully McGuire, I would say. Villain music.
Stay out of there, Rick!
Ready to fire!
Who's wing has to win?
Fire!
That one did some damage!
Hell yeah.
All sail! She'll take it!
Oh, that was much easier than twins.
The pirate had
But definitely my favorite one in terms of like visuals. I like kind of like the fog and all of that stuff popping up in that mission. But yeah, that was definitely easier. Okay, let's go to the northwest here for the next one. Yeah, that was much easier.
¿Puedo ayudarlo en algo? Estupendo, tenga un buen día.
Captain, get the mainsails into the wind! Give us a song, lads.
Larboard! Shipwreck survivor! Pirate bounty hunter!
In the kitchen with her feet in the hall, running down to Cuba. Waving boys to Cuba, running down to Cuba. The captain, he will trim the sail. Waving boys to Cuba, swinging the water over the rail. Running down to Cuba. Waving boys to Cuba, running down to Cuba. Give me a gal can dance and dangle. Waving boys to Cuba. Round as a melon and sweet as a mango, running down to Cuba. Waving boys to Cuba, running down to Cuba. Oh, the sugar and homeward go. Waving boys.
Ah, ship sighted! Oh, she's a beast!
The time of his spyglass. What a beast Chavota is. Yeah, Rod, you're the master of timing those. Not sure if that's the one that wants to ram us, but it might actually.
What's she doing? She's coming straight at us!
Oh yeah. It sure is.
Close down! Handsome wind! Lose all and trim sharp to the wind! Fasten yourselves! Shorten sail! Get off the squall! Brace yourselves! Fire! Control mates! Let's move! A nose all but me! Fire!
Okay, one tactic here is actually to go behind the ship and ram it itself. So down first, but
Toast the gallants and royals! Fill the mains! Move them! Get the mainstream!
how fast is this freaking ship?
Use the mains! Have him! Fire! Every last scrap of duck on the wind! Fire! I close the wall! Almost ready! Fire! Loose and trim to!
Ready to fire, sir!
The maneuverability on these large ships is just insane in comparison to Projector.
Right decision, Gere.
Fire! Ground in order! Fire!
And hey Aura, welcome in.
Ready to fire! Fire! That's bloody miss! Refit, all top! Fire! Loose and trim tube! Fire! Fire! Miss, damn it! Awaiting order!
It's way too fast.
Fire! Oh, come on! Hit the bastards! We're ready, sir! Fire! Pumps, gallons, coils, start! Ready for impact!
Come on. Fucking serious? Why aren't the Firebirds slowing her down? Okay, let's try this again. All we really gotta do here is just get behind her and ram her and slow her down. But I didn't quite manage to pull it off.
Swim us off the wind! What's she doing? She's coming straight at us! Bring it on! Stunts up! Let's get moving! On your mark, come out!
So I can't even ram it.
We're ready, sir! Fire!
Why am I not ramming it? down to a drink with you.
Trims out to the wind. Cruise down, man your shoots.
Probably because it's a ghost ship. There was actually one before. This was just like a beast of a ship, I guess. But I can't pick up the money. Oh, don't tell me it's bugged. Oh, I can't pick up the money from the ship because it's bugged. Hey Ronnie, welcome in, dude. Thanks for the GGs. How was the rest of your Red Dead stream yesterday?
Fire! Ain't a word to that flight grapples, sir! Ready to fire, sir! Take a shot right there, sir! She's foundering! Ready to fire, sir!
Ready to fire? Right, nice. That means you only have one ship battle left. All the way down here.
Morning's quiet.
I can keep the heat up. For a fee.
Can I help you?
Thanks as well, Rod. And thank you to Aura.
You need to vanish.
Yeah, I need to vanish. Turned really well. You are in Horseshoe Overlook now. Oh yeah. Good progress, dude. So played for the entire intro then.
Captain has
And I can't wait to get back into Red Dead 2 as well. Especially after seeing you play it again yesterday.
Luthor, let's move! We ride the wind for all she's worth. Love, come in! Some rich cargo here, sir.
We need money. We need that money. That's the plan.
Ship ho! Look at the size of her! Loose all and trims out to the wind! Unfurl aloft! Man your
Y la dama negra.
All sail! She'll take it! Fire! You seen the armor on her? We'll never make a dent in that
got it. Went a bit ham there, but it paid off. Nice. So yeah, that's all for legendary ships done. Only took us like half an hour or so. I think he has a plan, Ronnie. I think so too. He always has a goddamn plan. Yeah, I mean he has a backup plan for the backup plan of the original plan. Nice. I think that might... Oh no, I don't think that's a new record for time. Because actually done all of the legendary ships like first try before in the playthrough. So it definitely should have taken us less time when I did that. Which was his plan all along. Yeah, of course. First the plans are part of the third plan. Right, so I believe we actually have done all of the side activities that we wanted to do right now. We're still missing some viewpoints, but that's in areas we have yet to explore. We also have one Mayan city left, I think, also at the Observatory region. We've done all the taverns, all the legendary ships. I don't have to do all the buried chests. We only have one missing, which I think is also in Long Bay. So yeah, at this point we really only have main story left. For most part. Already in sequence 10, so it's like, I guess 3 more sequences really. So yeah, it's time. This is some main stuff. However, we also have some money to spend, so I think I'm actually gonna go to Great Annua first and do some renovation there with the money we got from the legendary ships. Thanks, Rod. Yeah, it feels good to get all the side stuff done before the ending sequences here.
What have you been eating today, then? What bit of business that?
Alright, we can also buy the rest of the pieces of art now. The pectoral disc. Simple and elegant, made of polished gold, this chest ornament was mistaken for a mirror by Christopher Columbus. The pedestal bow. Vallejo-style bow from Costa Rica, inspired by the Mayan ceramic tradition, represents deities in the form of monsters. The seated Zemi figure. Taino's skeletal deity, seated on a ceremonial seat, may have been crafted for protection. Standard bearer. Sitting Aztec upper class male figure, right hand may have originally held a banner. A tripod vessel with date glyph. Aztec vessel with a date glyph on its front side. The Aztecs burned human remains, animal remains, and incense in these vessels as an offering to their gods. The triptych, Christian motifs crafted in delicate hummingbird feathers. And last, the vulture vessel, ceramic vessel in the form of a vulture for use in human sacrifice ceremonies. And there we go. That's all the pieces of art purchased.
Welcome! Do come in!
Yeah, we still have some money to spend, though. Thank you, Marcel. Arquitecto.
It's still missing a little something.
So we can now get the tower and gardens.
Now what could I add to make it perfect?
And last but not least, the guest house for 40k. We just have enough, so I'm gonna buy that as well. It doesn't give us anything like in terms of like, you know, money reward back or anything. It's just like completely visual, I believe, but it's nice to have a guest house, I guess. And hey there, Ginger Cat, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid, and welcome in, raiders. I hope you had a great stream today. How's everybody doing? How was Castle Flipper? I hope you had a good time with it. Stream was a mess, you had to end because OBS misbehaved. Ah, damn. Did you by any chance update OBS recently? Because I've been also having some issues with a new update of OBS. I'd actually roll back to an older version. Okay, so one thing I wonder, though. I'm missing 2 bottles, right? They get all the Uncharted ones. As far as I know, we have gotten all the secrets in all the locations, so where are we missing bottles? Ah, hold on. There's one up here. I guess we had one Uncharted there. And I guess the last would be on the Observatory Isle, I assume. Okay. Ah, we actually haven't been to Florida. Never mind. Let's go to Florida real quick before we do main story. It was because of updates. It took you a few days to even make it work. Got a lesson. Never update OBS. Yeah, that's the thing. Like either with graphic drivers or like OBS, it very rarely seems to work well together.
something in the water.
Like, I remember having no issues whatsoever years ago with the NVENC encoder, for instance, but ever since I updated it for like newer graphics cards, I can't really use it on like modern games anymore, for most part. Really is a shame.
Starboard, Captain. Seems we've got a survivor.
But that's very nice this time of year. I wouldn't mind visiting there. It's kind of funny that Florida is this super small location in Black Flag War. And like the very south of Florida, I guess.
Ahoy aloft! Bring it all in!
Ahoy!
Overboard!
We just saw some photos released for the Obi-Wan series that they've been doing. So great to see Evan McGregor as Obi-Wan again. So he's gonna reprise the role. Very nice. That's awesome. Letter number 15. Rest and repaste. I woke some days hence in a bustling native village in the presence of that same man, many leagues from where I had caught my home. The native himself, with a strong and serious but gentle face, he named himself Balam and bade me not be frightened. Strangely I was not, for his demeanor was calm and his words were kind. I asked him why he had brought me to this place. This surprised him genuine, and he told me, "You are a sage. Your face tells it plain. Your eyes most of all." I did not know what to make of his suggestion. He went on, "You are but one of a long lineage of identical men born outside of their original time. Your likeness and your soul are a pattern, repeated through the ages. Oftentimes a century or more passes without the appearance of a sage. Other times two are born in the same decade. We know not why. It dashed my brains, but all he spoke was known to me in some intrinsic way, and yet it frightened me all the same. How could it be that I was a man reborn? How could it be that I had already lived one life, and had plotted through a second, still pondering the first? I spent many a day with this man Balam, and in that time he told me all he knew, and asked questions of his own he hoped I might answer. He was great as the younger version of the character, did a really good job. Yeah. I think I remember him actually, even though I haven't seen like all the movies. But he's definitely quite present for me, like visually, at least for the character. Aura, you know, even has been trying to get this series up for a while, so it will be very good, you think. That's great, yeah, when, you know, actors are really passionate about that and they're like kind of in the focus of it. They can definitely carry a show. Like, another example would be The Witcher. And our lead actor is kind of like, you know, so passionate about the show that he's definitely carrying a lot of it. The Observatory. For several days I stayed with my captor Balam, asking him all manner of questions, and he asking the same of me. and all the while I wondered what fate he intended for me. At last, on the 7th day, I revealed what lay heavy on my heart. What do you want of me, sir, that you keep me prisoner so? And at this, Balaam laughed and answered, You are no prisoner, sage. You may take your leave at any point. Only tell us where you wish to be dropped, and if it be in our power, we shall transport you thence. This answer surprised, then angered me. Why then did you spirit me away with such a diabolical method? Kidnap no less. And he said in answer, The master hosted a Templar, it may now be one himself. Such men are not to be trusted with a prize so valuable as you. Steer clear of them, for they seek the knowledge that hides in your mind. Your dreams, your memories, and the location of a place once dear to you. The Observatory. This word rang in my ears, for I had heard it before. Another memory from a time long ago. And what do you desire of me, sir? I asked him. Would you steal the secrets buried within me too? Balaam smiled. I would not shun them, but to share them is a point for you to decide. Your secrets are your own, and yours alone to lend. Yeah, no worries, Aura. That's alright. Definitely know how mobile writing can be. An observatory? For me? Indeed, Jacob, indeed. Ah, thanks, Rod. Thanks for sharing that. Taking my leave. After my difficult counsel with Balaam, I took a day to ruminate on what should be done. Notions strange and uncertain batted in my head for supremacy, and I was never on one idea long before its opposite seemed a better option. Yet at last made my decision. Sir, you have been gracious with me, I told him, yet my trust in you is complete, yet I cannot share my visions and memories without first understanding them myself. I must therefore take my leave and travel in secret to a place that has occupied my thoughts for many years. Balaam smiled and said, I understand well, and I believe in your cause. To find the source of your reveries will do you a great good. Go therefore and answer these riddles. We will provide you with supplies to see you safely embarked. To which I replied, Thank you, sir. And if what I find satisfies me, I will return hither and provide you with answers that may satisfy you as well. In the days following, Balaam was true to his word. With his young son Artabai in tow, he transported me first unto a fishing village near his own compound, and supplied me with maps and coin before issuing a warning. The Templars are lately come to the West Indies, and this Taurus is their grandmaster. And though few now in number, there must soon be others. Take heed of them, and trust not their entreaties, for what they cannot earn by conversation, they will take by force. And with this, and a hearty goodbye, I took my leave of his assassin, and set out for parts unknown, a vague sense of purpose pulling me forward. My search. After leaving Balaam, I set out in a sloop of my own and traveled for nigh 1 year above the West Indies, sailing with a small crew to all manner of jungles and players and beaches, looking for a sign or a landform that might spark in me a memory. Oops. Along my way, I met many fine people who did me great kindnesses and offered work in exchange for more provisions. In this way, I came to know the people of the New World and of the Old, and found in all of them the same hopes and desires. To travel is truly the finest education. Then, after my 30th month roving, I found my object well inland on a known island, and here it was, the place Balaam had called the Observatory. Oh, what memories the location aroused! Well, prior to clapping eyes upon its structure, I knew I had come to the correct spot. Leaving my men on shore, I passed alone through jungles and deep ravines, coming at last upon the spot, and there marveled at its strange and foreboding presence. Without prompt, I knew what to do. I pressed my finger into what I knew to be a portal, and upon its opening I passed inside. What I saw there, however, shall remain a mystery, for the world is not yet ready to hear my tales, which should sound like a sorcery to all but my friend Balam, and perhaps the Templars who likely chase me still. On being a sage. I remained alone at the Observatory's location, plumbing its secrets, and all the while besieged by such an influx of reveries, it would require a tome twice the size of a Bible to relay them all. Let it suffice to say that I came to understand the nature of the two souls within me, and I am now content. After near on a week there, I was visited by a group of natives from the island, people of the Tiano tribe, I believe. They spotted me first and might have killed me straight away, but my utter surprise had widened my eyes to such a degree that their unusual qualities were seen by all. After seeing me thus, the natives stopped and dropped to their knees with slow gesticulations. I understood at once that these men were sworn to protect this place, and in my further conversations with them since, I have made out that it was a previous sage who had employed them so, or more precisely, I should say, employed their ancestors. Thus, for nearly 150 years have passed since the last sage had come this way. I am told his grave lies nearby, but is unmarked and inaccessible. It has now been over 4 decades since my arrival at the sacred place, and on lie one question yet lingers in my mind. How many more of my sort have been here in total? Near 80 millennia have passed since our inception, and I am apt to believe the number quite high, but I cannot know for certain. But let that not trouble you, reader, for if you have followed my story's entire, look you for my final missive in the place where I will soon surely lay, hidden near the observatory where I have instructed the guardians of this place to bury me when my passage across the mortal coil is at its end. Therefore, fare thee well, and until then. And yeah, that's all the letters. Except for the last one. We're gonna find on his grave, I believe. Nice. Oh. That's unique chest. Let's pick this up real quick. Got the matched golden swords. Oh yeah. Right, but now we should actually be done with all the set stuff we can do so far. So let's do some main story, shall we? It is time.
Unfurl mains, let's move! They're locked. Do not leave them muzzled. Crowd on every inch of sail! I know she's a good sailor. Now prove it, my trumps!
Hey boys! Oh, just hear the old man say, goodbye, fare ye well, goodbye, fare ye well. Oh, don't just hear the old man say, hurrah, ye boys, we're homeward bound. We're homeward bound to Liverpool town. Goodbye, fare ye well, goodbye, fare ye well. Where all of them duties they will come down. Hurrah, ye boys, we're homeward bound. And when we get to the Wallasey gates, goodbye, fare ye well, goodbye, fare ye well. Oh, Sally and Polly for the flash men do wait. Hurrah, ye boys, we're homeward bound. And one to the other will hear them say, goodbye, fare ye well, goodbye, fare ye well. Oh, here we come Johnny with what he must pay. Hurrah, ye boys, we're homeward bound. Well, meet these fly cows and we'll ring the old bell. Goodbye, fare ye well, goodbye, fare ye well. And with it to duties we'll raise merry yell. Hurrah, ye boys, we're homeward bound. We're homeward bound to the gals of the town. Goodbye,
Trim the yards off the wind!
Sequence 10. Blackbutt's Gambit.
Hold
Ah, Captain Kenway.
A letter.
Should we
For me?
use your ship for this next scheme or mine?
I'd first hear the details before deciding.
Oh, it's a small gambit. This fount of information has just told me that a nearby galleon contains the treasure I seek. For his sake, I hope he's right.
You've thought this plan through?
Indeed. Using this man, we'll acquire a Portuguese flag, which will get us as close to our target as possible. It's a very simple idea, if you follow my orders to the letter.
The jackdaw, then.
Excellent.
We're underway, Roberts. So what's your plan?
The flagship of this fleet is transporting a valuable treasure in a large chest. Crystal phials filled with blood. You may remember.
We're chasing drams of blood. Is that all?
I asked you to follow my instructions to the letter, Captain, but I did not give you leave to question why. I want those blood vials intact, and if that does not happen, we part as enemies. Do you understand?
I'll try to, aye.
Yeah, dude, he really does. It's a bit of a shame he didn't do the role in Fate of Atlantis, did he? At least as far as I remember. They did choose another voice actor, didn't they? For Aita. But yeah, he was great in Black Flag.
Catch the wind. I'm off the wind, son.
I mean, I guess it makes sense though, because there's been other sages with other voice actors.
You need its flag.
Like in Unity.
If I can steal their flag without disturbing so much as a flea, I'll do it.
By all means, try.
That would have been great, considering we also brought back Juno's voice actress.
E que Deus abençoe ao rei Dom João. Que Deus o guarde e proteja, senhor. Como se encontra nesta noite tão formosa? Bem, obrigado. Sou um pequeno preceito. Nossa, sim, senhor. Tudo em ordem, senhor. Estamos apenas à espera que o nosso navio almirante seja reabastecido antes de zarpar. Ah! E julgo que um dos nossos navios mercantes da nossa frota necessita de um novo mastro. Há homens em terra neste momento em busca de uma árvore que sirva de tal propósito. Tem embarcadores por embora? Não? Quantos nuvens terão? Compõem a maior parte da nossa frota, senhor. Dos nossos 42 navios, diria que mais de 2/3 são embarcações mercantis. Sim, senhor, exatamente. Daí as nossas precauções. Com tantos piratas nestas águas, esta frota necessita de bastante proteção. Não é uma tarefa leve guardar quase 3 dúzias de navios.
Damn, this is first and only video game role so far? That's insane. Such a good voice actor.
Prazer falar consigo, jovem. Entregue os meus cumprimentos ao seu capitão.
Certo, senhor. Ele de momento está a dormir. Vai lamentar não ter tido a oportunidade para falar consigo.
É uma pena. Até à próxima. E que Deus vos abençoe.
Portuguese is such an interesting language. Do you actually understand some of it, Aura? Unfortunately, I can't speak any Portuguese. He's been acting since 1992. Damn. I mean, you can definitely hear it. Yeah, I wish he would come back.
You got the flag?
Aye, and we're flying it now. This should be nice.
I'll keep my distance. Slow and steady.
Aye. The flag we stole won't protect us from eyes that pry too long.
Por favor, senhor. Imploro que considere aquilo que está prestes a fazer.
Now é possível.
What's he whinging about?
He's not whinging, he's ecstatic.
I get Aura. Fair enough. And we're on the same page then. Very ecstatic, yeah.
Catch the wind.
Clew up, short and safe. Up ahead! They are unloading something from that ship.
Could that be our prize? Perhaps you should go ashore, Captain Kenway. Find that chest. If it contains the prize I seek, bring it here. We'll tell this lot we're a shipwright with me.
Yeah, me too, Rod. It's so good.
Falar com o capitão do navio.
Okay, so I still have to stay out of combat here.
Por Deus! Como foi isto acontecer?
Ouvi uma história sobre um espanhol que veio visitar o nosso almirante. Cá para mim, era uma traição.
Sim, ouvi dizer que se chamava Torres. Tempos estranhos estes, em que um espanhol pode andar a passear.
Bomb rolled into water and didn't go off. Can't do it from this guy.
The chest they hauled ashore was full of empty vials. Where's our Portuguese captain?
He had outlived his usefulness.
Where is he?
Sleeping soundly at the bottom of the sea.
How many men must we kill for a simple prize?
As many as drift into our path.
Slowly disagreeing here.
All we've got. Look on that, Captain. Men who ran the same gauntlet and lost their way.
They're made of sterner stuff, are they?
How often have those been a sailor's last words, I wonder?
Come off the wind, someone. Trim to catch the wind. Clew up, short and sail. Constant sail. More sail. All we've got.
Our Your treasure must be aboard that galley. Why don't you take the ship itself and save us a bit of time?
Aye, that's the way I'd play it.
I can bring the jackdaw closer, but those lookouts will be a problem.
Well spotted. I'll clear them off first.
Alright, still gotta stay out of combat here.
desta daqui. E também não estou ansioso pela viagem de volta a Lisboa.
Ouviste falar do que aconteceu àqueles piratas britânicos em Nassau? Dom Jorge enviou um dos seus homens para os tirar de lá. E parece que ele fez um bom trabalho.
Guys just fell down there. Amazing. But they revealed that the Gotham Knight game by the same people who did Batman Arkham Origins is going to be released on the 25th of October. Curious how it will turn out, but not hyped about it all. But this helmet is 99% like how that puts mask looks. So I guess they're taking some creative liberties then. That's a shame, dude. Yeah, I kinda wonder how that turns out myself, to be honest. But it doesn't really seem like it's completely multiplayer driven, isn't it? Or kind of like co-op driven. When like going much deeper in like RPG and stuff with like leveling and all that. So I'm not sure if I'm super hyped for that myself.
tripulação de Esquibórdio que está a fazer o turno esta noite? Ou foste tu ontem? Por Deus, estou a perder a conta aos dias.
Não se pode jogar as cartas no convés!
Droga, que se passa aqui?
We've been spotted. Took them long enough.
To quarters all, man the cannons! Every last hand!
On your command, Captain! Let's hear the roar of this beast!
Get the mainsails into the wind!
Okay, cool. We got both objectives here. That's what I wanted.
Fight for what is owed you, lad! Every last scrap of duck
Yo, this ship is OP.
like the hot winds of hell blowing in your face!
It's actually one of the most tricky missions, I would say, to get the 100% sync. Because the timing at the end is also really tricky with like the rope swing. Killing the captain during the rope swing as well, it's like really tricky to time. What do you think? There's single player story but also multiplayer campaign, you think? But not sure. And then the team behind all the other badminton games, Rocksteady, are doing a Suicide Squad game where they go up against the Justice League. Which they've done with doing another DC sort of character, a special character we haven't seen every game before. There's a Wonder Woman game being made too, but by someone completely different, so hopefully that game is good. That's the thing, right? Like when you have like so many different people working on the same franchises, but that are still like associated together.
We've been scored! Incoming fire!
But I hope those games turn out good. I think it's good they kind of like explore other kind of like characters and stuff in the DC universe, but of course authenticity is just as important as diversity.
Incoming fire! 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 Fancy a wee swim, do you?
Ready to fire! Fire! Take the shot, sir!
Incoming fire! Incoming fire! Fire! Hold her in! Fancy a wee swim, do you?
There's a good shot to cripple her! Damn these eyes!
Mains out, let's go!
Here's my prize! Ah, the Templars have been busy, I see. Lawrence Prince's blood. Useless now. Woods Rogers, Ben Hornigold, even Torres himself. Small quantities kept for a special purpose.
You must take me to the Observatory, Roberts. I need to know what it is.
To what end, eh? Will you sell it from under my nose? Or work with me and use it to bolster our gain?
Whatever improves my lot in life.
How ridiculous. A merry life and a short one, that's my motto. It's all the optimism I can muster. All right, Captain Kenway. You've earned a look.
I make my own look. That's true, and the go-to characters for the DC games have always been Batman or Superman for such a long time. It's great to see others from the same franchise get some games as well. Exactly, dude. Man, I still wish there was like a proper Watchmen game. Or the from a Vendetta game. But of course those are like too specific, I guess, considering there's not like many iterations or interpretations of most characters. But yeah, although it would be like super niche, I would love to have it. A merry life and a short one is my motto. Love how that was also my letters in the motto as well. That's true, yeah, we just read that earlier. And it also really makes sense for the sage, given that, you know, he has just like a chance of being like reborn, I guess, in a way. At least that part of the consciousness. So it makes sense that he would be a bit, you know, kind of like riskier with what he does, and kind of like also with him dying, you know, he doesn't care all that much if he would die too early. Hey there, Maxi. Hope you're doing well. We're kicking your butt, but have been lurking. Thanks so much for the lurk, Maxi. I really appreciate it. And definitely doing well. We might be finishing this main story today, actually. So looking forward to that. But yeah, no worries whatsoever. I hope work is going well. Except for, you know, kicking your ass. And I always appreciate you being here, dude. Alright, a merry life and a short one is just the pirate speak for the faster young. That's true, yeah, definitely. But exactly, dude, he doesn't really worry too much about that, since Ita knows he would just come back. Exactly, yeah. Plus, the sages of course work together through time, right? Like how one sage 150 years ago, you know, told the indigenous people about the new sage coming. And they already knew what to do and how to help the next sage, essentially. So I definitely like keeping on living in a way as well, with how they help each other through time. So now my work is super busy when you're playing Black Flag. Yeah, unfortunate timing, Maxi. But eventually you're also gonna play the game, and then I'm gonna be there for you to play it for sure. But yeah, such a great game. Alright, let's do one more mission and then we're gonna take a break, I think.
Give voice, you Taz! Look ahead, look you stern, look weather in the lee. Go high, go low, and so sail we. I see a wreck to windward and a lofty ship to lee. A sailing down along the coast, a high harbory. Are you a pirate or a man of war, my Go high, go low, and so sail we. Oh no, I'm not a pirate, but a man of war, cried he. Sailing down along the coast, a high harbory. We'll back up our topsail and heave our vessel to. Blow high, blow low, and so sailed we. For we have got some letters to be carried home by you.
Some letters?
A letter? For me?
They sang about letters.
Until at last the frigate shot the pirates' mast away. Sailing down along the coast of high harbory. With cutlass and gun, oh, we fought for hours 3.
Love the letters song.
And so sailed we. The ship, it was their coffin, and the grave, it was the sea. Sailing down along the coast of high.
Murder and mayhem.
Can you feel it, Addy? We're moments away from the grandest prize of all.
I feel nothing but a hot wind in my ears, Captain.
Come on, man. When we take this treasure, we'll be set for life, all of us. 10 times over.
As you wish.
Ahoy, Roberts! We'll cast anchor and meet ashore.
You were followed, Captain Kenway. How long for, I wonder?
It's Hornigold!
Burn and flay that turncoat.
Deal with your old friend in haste, Captain, before I regret my favor to you.
Yeah, for sure, dude. Such a great character.
Think carefully about what you mean to do here.
I feel nothing but some hot winter up my ears.
Come to kill us out there.
Aye, and the traitor needs to die. But what then? Can you say with certainty that you would deserve the Observatory more than he and his Templars?
No, I can't, and I don't care to try. But if you've a better idea, by all means, tell me.
Forget working with Roberts. Tell the assassins. Bring them here and let them protect this place.
Aye, I'll bring them here. If they're willing to pay me a good sum for it.
Yep, Adivale growing disillusioned with Edward here.
Draws us any deeper into this fog.
And you can't blame him.
The devil's backbone.
You mean them crags that look like the backbone of a beast?
Aye. El Espinazo del Diablo, the Spaniards call it. I think we've lost them, sir.
Yeah, for sure, Rod. I remember when I first played this game, I was kind of like a bit annoyed with Edward. Fucking hell. Are you serious? It's freaking... I'm gonna get detected because it's just sailing directly into my way. Yeah, let's read the checkpoint here. But yeah, I was kind of like annoyed with Edward's decision at times, so I was like, can I just play Adivale? And then the Freedom Cry DLC came along and I was like, hell yeah.
Think carefully about what you mean to do here.
What are you grousing about, Ade? It's Ben Hornigold, come to kill us out there.
Aye, and the traitor needs to die. But what then? Can you say with certainty that you would deserve the Observatory more than he and his Templars?
No, I can't, and I don't care to try. But if you've a better idea, by all means, tell me.
Forget working with Roberts. Tell the assassins. Bring them here and let them protect this place.
Aye, I'll bring them here. If they're willing to pay me a good sum for it.
Loose and trim too! All set!
We'll have a hard fight if Hornigold draws us any deeper into this.
Dude. Can't see me.
Ease off the wind!
Pull for all your worth!
Should I go this way?
Give me some speed!
Kind of blocking the entire way there.
More sail! All sail!
Let's go over here.
Where's Hornigold? Getting close.
Loose all! Let's move!
Crowd on all the sail we have!
Love that music.
Trouble blowing in! Schooner by the rigging! Royal Navy!
Fire! On your mark, Captain! Put a shot right through there! Fire! Weakest right there!
Brace yourselves for Curzon! We're in close quarters here. It's a ground.
I will be coming back.
air assassinate Hornigold. Alright, let's do it.
Hands in the water!
This one's a very emotional one for Edward. Because Hornigold, of course, was like one of his oldest friends. But ultimately turned his back on the pirates. And joined the Templars.
Come back, you weakling coward! Get back here!
The mighty poor sailing back there, lads. And if we live out this day, by God, I'm playing every last bitch of you. Steady up. Keep your backs together, lads. This fight ain't over.
Hold that!
I know this bastard, and I've seen what he can do. He'll be after me, sure as I'm standing here. Hold your ground, and be ready for anything.
Okay, let's see if he says anything more. Right, doesn't seem like.
Ah! You could have been a man who stood for something. But you've a killer's heart now. With nothing but metal to show for all your blunders.
Damn sight better than you, Ben. The heart of a traitor who thinks himself better than his mates.
Aye, and proven true. What have you done since Nassau fell, huh? Nothing but murder and mayhem.
You threw in with the very kind we once hated!
No! These Templars are different. I wish you could see that. But if you continue on your present course, you'll find you're the only one walking it. With the gallows at its end.
It may be. But now the world has one less snake in it. And that's enough for me.
Yeah, it's so good throughout the entire performance. Also, like the way he's been mocapped, you know, like when he's doing the assassination, you can like immediately seeing, like, you can see Edward holding back his tears, you know, because like Hornigold really was like one of his best mates, so he doesn't take that life lightly. But ultimately, Hornigold kind of like forces hand a little after everything he's done. But yeah, that is Hornegold dealt with. So this should also be where I would take a break now, since I haven't taken one yet, and we still want to keep on going for a while longer. The plan is to actually get to a main story ending, if I can do that. But I'm not gonna force it if I, run out of time. But yeah, we have like, mainly main story left, so I think we could probably do it. Just depends how good we do also with the optional objectives and stuff. But that's very true, the details like that, which we also see in Origins of Bike. Also, cutscenes have that extra topping. Exactly. Much better as well than, these like, just like static looking cutscenes where you only see like the faces moving and that's it, Looking at you, Odyssey and Valhalla. Yeah, and the thing is, it literally is robotic because, I mean, they have like, kind of like presets for each kind of like animation. Then we just tell the game to choose that kind of like facial expression for what they're saying. So it's like literally AI animated in a way. And just really adds to it like being a bit too robotic overall. I think it's good Valhalla had like more cutscenes again, because Odyssey really had like a huge lack of it. But I think the way Origins done it is much better. They even had like dedicated mocap cutscenes for like, side quests and stuff. Kind of thought with Origins, that was like the way AC was headed, and Odyssey came along and just had like maybe a handful of like cutscenes, like proper cutscenes. That was that. But yeah, let's go ahead into the Be Right Back screen, and then I'm gonna leave you with some Black Flag soundtrack and also some artwork. And yeah, I shall be right back in 10 or so. I have to take care of a few things as well on the breaks, so might be a few minutes more. But yeah, I will be right back, and then we take on the last couple of sequences. So I'll catch you guys then. Alright, welcome back guys to more of AC4 Black Flag. With the last few sequences of a main story. I'm gonna continue with sequence 10 and 11. And yeah, we basically have all the side stuff done at this point. So we can almost exclusively focus on these last few sequences. Just killed Benjamin Hornigood, one of our oldest mates who kind of like turned his back on piracy and joined the Templars. And now that we dealt with him, we can go and meet Roberts, so he can finally show us the Observatory and kind of like see what it's all about. Cheers, Rod. Welcome back as well.
I said Artie!
Quite a storm here.
We will be dragged down to our deaths, Captain.
Haul in the stunsail! Crowd on every inch of sail!
Unfurl aloft!
Right, so we have to sail all the way here. I just do it like this, without fast traveling. It's not that big of a different distance.
Storm there, Captain! Look back!
All right, Jack, sing.
I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye. I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye.
I love to hear this. Bully in the eye. Sally, the girl that I spliced dearly. Bully down and roll now. Help. Bully in the alley. Bully in the alley.
It's a Bully McGuire song.
Bully down and roll now. 7 years I courted little Sally. Bully in the alley.
Water spouts!
Oh shit. Away water spout.
Bully in the alley, have 6 kids and live in Shinbone Alley. Bully down in Shinbone Alley. Help, Bob, bully in the alley. Bully in the alley. Help, Bob, bully in the alley.
His voice there. It's almost like he has to puke or something. He's singing about a bully in the alley.
Brace yourself! Unfold, mates! Let's move!
What's water spouts for?
Move to catch the wind!
Cruise down! Man your ships! Look! Water devil, sir!
We are outward bound for Kingston Town, for the
The storm is insane right now. How many water spouts there?
Huge swell! Larboard!
Oh, we got a rogue wave.
Muzzle that duck, Petra! Aim's out, let's go! Cruise up! Eat her stick! Get the mainsails into the wind! A song.
Rogue wave to larboard!
Refit, all top! Bring it all still, Galentine! Loose mainsail!
Yeah, the storm is something else.
Wild! Start!
Alright, so now we actually got the charge ram ability, which you only get if you defeat all the 4 legendary ships. Sequence 10, the Observatory. And I also believe that's the last location for the last letter, and also the last mine stealing, and the last viewpoint. A lot of last.
Is that pirate hunter dead? Aye, by my own hand. Why is it you alone can find what so many want?
I was born with memories of this place. Memories of another time entirely, I think. Like another life I've already led.
Curse you for a lurch, man, and speak some sense.
Not today. After you, Captain. The path ahead is dangerous. The men native to this land will put up a fight, Edward. Are you willing to push back if necessary, huh? To kill if needed?
Yeah, I'm gonna answer that in a second. Let me just get this viewpoint first. Isn't this also a place for the treasure map? Okay, I don't think so. Kinda wish we could talk to Adivali here, but yeah, there's actually a reason why he stands here, because he basically is looking to get the Jackdaw out of here as fast as possible, right? Should like anything happen. So we gotta incapacitate all guardians by unarmed and do it from stalking zones as well. So, no killing here. Stealth challenge this was a pain. Yeah, I can imagine, dude. Given that they're like all there to ambush you. Thanks for luck, Max, and welcome in, dude. That takes care of one objective. We just gotta make sure to not kill them. I like how it doesn't count as a kill. Someone is missing. There you are. Hey there, Fighting Fear. Good morning. It's going very good. Currently in the last couple of sequences in Black Flag. Might even finish the game today. I hope you're having a good morning so far, dude. But there's an animated superhero movie with Batman and Superman with pets. Keanu Reeves is voicing Batman. Wait, what? That's amazing, dude. I definitely gotta watch that. If you don't mind, would you also post it on Discord? Definitely have a look later. Cheers, Rod, I appreciate it. There we go. Last buried treasure.
I make my own luck.
Indeed. With our own look. That's also the last message in a bottle. Nice. I guess that's one of the spots that would be really annoying for the stealth challenge rod. Since you have to sleep dart that guy first before you can take him down stealthily. Or maybe you could like high profile kick him down or something. But yeah, low profile cover or kind of like crouch assassination didn't work there. Yeah, I wanna go to that message in a bottle there. Wherever it is. Did the sound alert play? The I make my own luck? Yeah, it did. At least on my end, it did. Didn't play for you guys? So I think taking them down in the water here doesn't fail the objective. Fuck. I mean, we did incapacitate him while unarmed, technically, right? Because I am unarmed. I think that's the counts actually. I hope. What you wanted to do is self-challenge with Origins, but you think you'd have to have a penalty for detection be to die on purpose, since you can't make manual saves. That's true, yeah. You can kind of like reload the quest objective in the quest log, I guess. So maybe that's the way of like resetting yourself. Like going into the quest log on a quest and just pressing Y. But yeah, it would definitely be a bit tricky to reload your entire progress or something. It's a shame of not having, like, you know, a sequence system or like a manual save system like that. Secret incomprehensible. As I write, the year is now near upon 1706, and I am sickly and in poor condition, and so must tell what little else I can of my condition. All I tell here I have dredged from the dark void of my memory. I cannot confirm or prove what I argue, but perhaps if some others like me were to see this, they too would understand, and fear not alone, as I often have. In my original life, I died in the midst of my beloved experiment. This method of which he spoke, of a transference of mind into machine, and from thence into human body, was a failure. Yet an instructive one, I believe. For my last moments I recollect her comforts to me, and a clear promise that my death would not be an end, but a beginning. "There's another way, beloved," said she to me, "imperfect, yet possible. Thusly, I will agree to carry out Minerva's experiments, a terrible gift to the humans. Yet my purpose will be contrary. My purpose will be your immortality. In collecting samples of the code in the human blood, I will add my own augmentations, samples of your code, transfigured in such a way that when the proper pieces come together, it may further transfigure the signet of a newly conceived child. In this way you shall be reborn again and again throughout the ages. With luck, or you make more luck, this recessive recurrence shall never doubt, but travel on like a raft downstream along the tide of inheritance." I was dying as she spoke, there in my beloved's arms, but I understood the meaning well. Look for me, beloved. Your death will not be in vain, for I will be with you again, entombed, lying in wait, ready to emerge again when the time is right. She then pierced me through the heart, thus ending my life. What truly bizarre it is, that I can claim to have memory of my own death is a ludicrous idea. And yet I know that it happened, and that I now live again. Many centuries from that time, waiting for the final piece of this riddle to reveal itself. Yet how this will be, I cannot say. Thus to any and all who have read this and understood little, be not upset. A very small mystery then stands in the world, and our only purpose is to undo it. Tom Kavanagh, 1706. At least I think he's named Tom. Is he? Yeah, Tom Kavanagh. Yeah, that's the last letter of a sage that came before Roberts. So this is also where he died, right next to the Observatory. Right, let's go up here.
right, this way.
And hey, Molecule, how's it going? That would be a good thing to try with a challenge. Yeah, I think it's definitely the easiest way to kind of like have some sort of reload without like having to completely go out of the game save. You really love the parkour and combat of this game feels staying. The stealth is a bit realistic and non-assassin-y, but it's cool. Yeah, I like how you have like a lot of the nature to play around with in terms of like stealth, like the bushes and the trees. And yeah, how it like all kind of like works together quite well, especially in the jungle parts of the game. Yeah, it's going good. Very nice time with some Black Flag. We might even finish the game today. Wait. Like this. Yeah, that's a good point. Shadow of the Tomb Raider has some really cool mechanics as well in that regard. What the fuck? Okay, there we go. Was a bit weird. Don't like take him down. It would be cool to see what I think of the Splinter Cell series. Chaos Fury is the game which really wove the stealth mechanics of the series to a great level. Yeah, I heard of it as well, and also seen, I think you and Morrow play a little bit of it. I definitely enjoyed what I've seen, especially like all the mechanics when it comes to like shadows and stuff. Not sure if that was in Chaos Fury, but kind of enjoyed the like kind of fresh takes on having like different kind of like stealth mechanics going on. Okay, we actually have a mine city over here. I would like to do that first, before we take on the last garden. Of course, he's right next to it. creative with passwords. Honestly, that's one thing I was actually excited for with Shadow, at least when I watched Rod play the game. There seemed to have been lots of different kind of passwords. But I've definitely also been really like stumped before in the Tomb Raider games, with some of the tombs and stuff. Jesus Christ. Seriously, I couldn't even shoot every time I tried. He was like faster than me. Whoops.
You see the handiwork of men born and bred.
Well, at least we still got the viewpoint and stuff. And we also still got the Mind CD, I think.
Requiescat in pace.
But show was dude, the Shadow as a cover for stealth has been there since the first game. I combined with noise levels to be mindful or create some nice situations. I gotcha. Yeah, that sounds interesting for sure. Even like more in-depth mechanics like that. No worries, Molecule. Hope you have a good sleep and a good rest. Hope you feel better soon. And take care. Got you again. Alright, there we go.
Is this the observatory? All this?
Aye, an almost sacred place. All it needs is a drop of my blood.
I could give it a drop of your blood right now.
And the door opens after almost 80,000 years.
Jesus, Roberts! Have you gone mad?
Quite the contrary, Edward. These wags would have gone mad at seeing what lies beyond this gate. But you... I suspect you're made of sterner stuff. Now, pick up that chest and carry it hither.
Yeah, we're made of sterner stuff, right? Game can't do that yet. Yeah, I wish.
Dirty and decrepit. Not quite as I remember, but it has been over 80 millennia.
Ah, rot. That's impossible.
Step as if on thin ice, Captain. I must say I'm quite taken by this new vocation of mine, and it may amuse you to know that I have authored my own articles of conduct.
A creed of your own, eh?
To keep the peace, yes. I forbid all gambling upon the deck, for instance, for it leads to more conflict than camaraderie. Desertion during battle is forbidden. And I require that all men keep their pieces and cutlasses clean and fit for service at all times.
Sensible.
And punishable by death if disobeyed.
Well, that's a step further than I'd go. Look at this place.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Aye. It's like something out of a fairy tale, or one of them old poems.
There were many stories about this place once. Tales that turned into rumors and again into legend. The inevitable process of facts becoming fictions before fading away entirely.
But in a way, Roberts is mocking Edward with the sterner stuff comment, calling back to what Edward says to Adivali earlier. It's true when he sees the shipwrecks and says we're made of sterner stuff. And Roberts says he wonders when was the last time that the sailors said that before the inevitable end. And I guess he kind of wanted to kill, or wants to kill Edward here. In a way, so it's very fitting for sure. But also what Edward wants to hear, right? Like Edward thinks of himself that he's made of stern stuff. So Roberts uses that also to kind of like make him trust Roberts, I guess. They're just really well written, you know, since you can kind of like see how multi-layered it is.
Yes. These cubes contain the blood of an old and ancient people. A wonderful race in their time.
The more you talk, man, the less I understand.
I don't expect you to. Only remember this. The blood in those files is not worth a single real to anyone anymore. It may be again one day, but not in this epoch. Here we are. Plate.
It really is, Rod. It's excellently written.
What's that noise?
Ah, yes. A security measure. Just a moment. There we are.
So what is this place?
Think of it as a large spyglass, such as we sailors carry. A device capable of seeing great distances.
This is bloody witchcraft.
No, this is Mr. Jack Rackham, somewhere in the world at this moment.
NASA? Well, this is happening right now. We're seeing through his eyes.
Aye.
I don't know, Jim. I haven't the faintest idea how to pilot a ship. That ain't work a woman does.
Tosh. I've seen a score of ladies who can reef a sail and spin a capstan.
And would you teach me to fight? With a cut glass, like? And maybe handle a pistol?
All that and more. But you have to want it and work for it. There's no stumbling into true success.
Hey, lad! That's my lass you're making love to. You lay off, or I catch ya.
Up your ass, Rackham. Lad's the last thing you should be calling me.
Oh, is that right, is it? Lad?
A curious bunch. Let's try another. Governor Woods Rogers.
You have a bold idea, but I must think it carefully through.
A simple pledge of loyalty is all you need suggest to the House of Commons. An oath, a gesture, and a simple ceremonial dram of blood taken from the finger. That's all.
The ministers may give me trouble, but it should be easy enough to convince the House of Lords. They do adore an excess of pomp and circumstance.
Exactly. Tell them it's a show of fealty to the king against those revolting Jacobites.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, these Templars.
The crucial detail is the blood. You must get a sample from each man. We want to be ready when we find the observatory.
Agreed.
A precious tool, you see. Sorcery, that's what it is.
Not so! Every mechanism that gives this device its light is a true and physical thing. Ancient, yes, but nothing supernatural or strange.
We'll be masters of the ocean with that.
Oh, such ambition. There is nothing in my code about loyalty, boy. You played your role, but our partnership is done!
You're a dead man, Roberts!
Yeah, he just wanted Edward to carry the crate for him. Looks like Rackham wants to be unmanned. Yeah, no kidding. Oh man, Rackham. Honestly disappointed that Mary and didn't end up a couple. It would have made perfect sense. Yeah, there's definitely a setup for sure between the two characters. And I'm not sure if it's historically they actually were together at some point. But I remember reading something like that. I guess like a bit indicated that they could have had a relationship in some form. I don't know. It's yeah, it's never like fully confirmed, right? What? Fuck. Okay. Let's go up here again.
Roberts!
Oh, your jackdaw's flown, Edward. Eh? That's the beauty of a democracy. The many outvote the one. Oh, you could sail with me, but with a temper as hot as yours, I fear you'd burn us all to cinders. Luckily, I know the king's bounty on your head is a large one, and I intend to collect. Have you ever seen the inside of a Jamaican prison, boy? Have you?
man. Well, this couldn't have gone any worse. Jector's is gone, and Edward is like pretty badly wounded and is gonna, you know, get imprisoned. But it was a pretty good memory. I enjoyed it, especially seeing, you know, through the lens of Wood Rogers and Jack Rackham there, kind of like seeing how the observatory works and how it functions. But yeah, I think that's the end of sequence 10, isn't it?
Hello? How are you? If you're anxious, that'll pass. It's the midazolam. I'm sorry about this, but we've had so many security breaches, we were forced to take drastic action. And Olivier is missing. He left for Chicago 2 days ago, but no one's seen him since. I know this seems excessive, but with our high-level security clearance, we have an obligation to our shareholders. Rest assured, we will compensate you when the hacker is found. So get some rest, okay? And if you're up to it, maybe capture some more footage? You're doing amazing work. I can't wait to show you the work we've been doing with your stuff. Take care.
So, they tossed you in the bunker. Nice. Those Templars upstairs aren't taking any chances. I think we need to erase all the dirt they might have on you. Did you hear that? I think I just gave you level 3 security clearance. Now, head to the security room and use the cameras to watch the door to the server farm. Unfortunately, Melanie's in there now, so when I escort her out, that's when you make your move. I'd wipe these servers myself, but as the head of IT, I'd be a suspect. It has to be someone they've already locked up. Ah, these Templars. They run our lives, you know. They decide elections, they control...
There we go. Finally, we got the first sticky note, so we can start reading those as well. It couldn't have gone any worse, but that's the only way it was gonna go. That's true as well, yeah. Edward just became a bit careless and too obsessed with finding this, doing anything it took really to get there. Such a great execution of taking technology that is advanced and having it conveyed in such a way that someone like Edward can understand how it works. Exactly, yeah. I mean, even though he says bloody witchcraft, he can definitely still, you know, kind of like grasp what's what he's seeing. But it's kind of interesting how it really, you know, like you can kind of like imagine how something like this could potentially work eventually. At least, you know, kind of this like, it's almost like a beamer, right? That's like throwing a POV version of somebody on on a screen or something. Just like way more advanced. Or this part is so insane. Imagine your employer looking you up and saying, "Oh, just keep working." Yeah, it really is. And then they even like, you know, kind of like kidnap you before locking you up. It's kind of fitting though, considering that you are now locked up and so is Edward in the game. I kind of like how it makes sense in both times at the same time. Sergo is the sketchiest employer, even if they weren't in front of the Templars. Yeah. I mean, just looking for the contract that they have to sign. It's just like, okay, They can do like anything with you if you tell anything outside of Abstergo. Or anybody anything about what you're doing. It's like, yeah, sounds like a deal. But in the end, do they have coffee? You keep working if so. I mean, they do have coffee, and what's best, Sean is making the coffee, Moller. That's Sean from AC2. He's kind of like working undercover at Abstergo in this game. And he's serving the coffee. Yeah, Sean is such a great character. Definitely one of my favorites. Okay, let's have a look at these sticky notes here that you've been collecting throughout the game. Manifesto of the Instruments of the First Woe, read by a true disciple this day, 21st of October 2013, in anticipation of the anniversary of her ascension. May she guide us into the grey. So her ascension means Juno's ascension. And the Instruments of the First Woe are basically people that have been programmed by the Iso in a way that makes them obedient to their woe. And they would do anything to support them. So that's why some people try to kind of like unleash the Isu onto the world. And they have infested both the Assassins and the Templars to achieve that goal. Being that life is both sacred and profane, priceless and worthless, fleeting and eternal, we submit. Being that life can be as easily construed from a primordial swamp as from a stinking petri dish, we submit. Being that those who came before imbued us with life and may remove it as readily, should we defy or deny their original plan, we submit. Being that it is well understood that tools, homes, cars, cutlery, pencils, tables, books, chairs, domesticated animals, light bulbs, mobile phones, sex toys, vacation homes, sofas, lounge chairs, swimming pools are indirect byproducts of our genotypic expressions, otherwise known as extended phenotypes. We submit. It was in the 17th and 18th centuries the world became an indecent place, rent of its original purpose during the ages of industrial revolutions. Yet was the machines of industry we unleashed in such grand quantities quite without understanding them, unwound motives and purposes of our own as inert as they were. The machines we made shaped us in turn into a code of our impulses in our minds, small as they are, and gripped us like an iron maiden bleeding us empty. It was our poor understanding of our origins that led us to originate tools we were incapable of understanding or controlling. As if a cotton gin was not enough, and one day our sweaters and undershirts might talk to us. As if this were not enough. Just had to throw in sex toys. Yeah, I had to reread that twice there to make sure that's actually what it said. Take for instance gunpowder, which gave us great mastery over fire. Take for instance the daguerreotype, which warped our way of seeing true life. Take the light bulb that gave us light when none was necessary. Take the automobile that sped us along at velocities capable only of killing us in new and silly ways. Take the cinema, which gave us lies as a man once said 24 times per second. Take the phonograph, which preserved noises which ought to be ephemeral. Take the television, which is obviously stupid. Take video games, which are secretly stupid, and you all know you wish there was more pornography. You know you do. That's for Warbreak, yeah? Yeah, I totally wish, there was like more pornography in AC4 Black Flag. Because that's what it needed. Take saturated fats and high fructose corn syrups, which poison us, and soy, which has been known to make men into women. Take computers which count so fast we cannot keep up, nor should we, for we are an imperfect race of disgusting shells of tissue, and bone incomplete in and of ourselves. We must have masters to survive. We must admit our masters. Admit them and submit to them. Yes, we submit that by being ourselves the product of an advanced yet earthbound race of intelligent humanoids, we must also therefore be tools ourselves, and subject to the intents and purposes of our creators, despite our limited agency. So as you can see, these instruments of First Bow, they try to like actively go back to the ISO times, you know, of like working for them and doing anything to submit. And going against like any progress made by humans and embrace rather the ISO having supremacy. This was written before Steam was a thing, right? You mean there's plenty? I mean, in 2013 we definitely had Steam already. So this was definitely written contemporary in that way. These sticky notes are getting suspicious. You think John from IT is not doing well? Yeah, I think he has some problems he ought to talk about with his, you know, psychiatrist. Yes, we submit that we are such tools and as such have a purpose befitting a tool. We submit we are like hammers and wrenches and shovels, made for a specific purpose, not our own. We submit that our purpose is indivisible from the will of those who came before. We submit ourselves, our bodies, and our minds utterly. Remember that our relentless and pertinent hollow drive to achieve everything our forebears did has led to many embarrassments and disasters, nuclear weapons, super viruses. Jesus Christ. How contemporary is this right now? Nuclear weapons and super viruses. Genetically modified poison, food, toxic air, plastic sea wreck, and sea spawn. And the list goes on. You can look it up for yourselves on the internet. But all this too had a secret purpose in the end. Today's Abstergo Templar frauds have given themselves to base practices and claim wrongly that men and women are delicate, insensible, and feeling creatures in and of themselves, and therefore deserve satiety and comfort and mindlessness in the presence of pleasure. Nothing could be sicker. Thoughts are disgusting, lying bastards. And that's also very important here, how the you know, instruments of the First Book kind of like view the Templars. Because the Templars, you know, they don't try to be servants to the ISO. They literally try to be like the ISO. You know, they want to rule over humanity. They want to be in the ISO's place of, you know, shepherding, you know, humankind to peace and order and, you know, a clear structure and hierarchy that places them at the very top of a pyramid, essentially. And the instruments of First Bow, they don't like that, obviously, because that goes against the wish of the ones who came before. And that's also very interesting with Valhalla, because the Order of the Ancients in some ways is very similar to the instruments of the First Bow, because it actually attracted some people that, you know, kind of like work like that. For example, when you look at Foke in Valhalla, you know, she didn't try to kind of like kill Sigurd or kind of like try to get his power. She just tried to unleash him, you know, to kind of like get him to connect with his Isu self, so he could be more like you know, Tyr. Obviously, she would have used it for her advantages, but it's definitely quite different to what the Templars want, and that's also where the Order of Ancients is like very different to what the Templar Order will become eventually. But yeah, that's all the sticky notes we can read currently. We're missing 13 to 15. Then 18 and 20 still.
Various capital markets, and they inject us with little microchips to track our movements and read our thoughts. It's all very scary.
Yeah, let's have a look into these rooms as well. Got somebody in the Animus here. But no sticky note. of a guy in the Animus. Okay, there's a laptop and another QR code. 14. We're still looking for 13. And we're gonna keep on reading. Imagine companies having the ability to read your mind and tailor advertising to what you think about. Yeah, I mean, we kinda have something like that going on with cookies, right? Like, they work in the background to track our behavior and what we look at and what we search for. And then they'd kind of like tailor advertisements, you know, according to how we surf the internet. Of course, it's not quite like mind reading, but it's very similar. There's even sites that kind of like track where you have your kind of like cursor, right? Like where you hover over, so they can analyze that to see what you would be most likely to click and stuff like that. It's honestly quite scary. What you know, companies know about us just by analyzing our online behavior. Yeah, exactly, Mona. Observatory. He's the guy from AC1. The last target. At least the last official target that Imwallim gave you. Noble of birth, both noble in action, Observatory rose to serve as Grand Master of the Templar Order in 1191. His tenure was short, but his impact was great. Fighting alongside Richard the Lionheart, he laid siege to Acre and broke Saladin's ranks. Dogged by assassins throughout his tenure, he was ultimately martyred by one such nameless malefactor. Yeah, nameless. You killed him twice, Mola? Did you? Did you have to restart the memory or something? Or did you just reload so you could kill him again? Or do you mean when you killed technically Maria, who disguised as him? You love how his name is pronounced in AC1 Robert de Sable? Yeah. That would be the, I guess, proper French pronunciation or something. Imagine wo Robert de Sable or Sable. You mean our boss made him reappear at the end? Ah, okay, yeah. When he fought his illusion. I gotcha. Okay, I'm not sure if we're actually gonna finish this game tonight or today, I guess. But I also don't want to rush through it and, you know, kind of just rush for all the modern day stuff. I'd rather take my time. But yeah, we still have like quite a lot of computers to hack and also a few sequences left. So don't think we're gonna finish it in 1.5 hours. But that's alright. Another sticky note. Wants us to go there. But I wanna have a look around.
Melanie is She's in there right now, you idiot. Get to the security room before she sees you.
That's interesting. I think that's one of the first times I actually give us a quote here. Because I never really go there. Ja, einmal im Moller.
There's no need for you to be down here by yourself, Miss LeMay. My team will handle the investigation.
But you need an extra set of eyes on this thing, John. We don't even know when the hackers broke in. It could take weeks to go through this data.
One, at most.
Still too long. I can't keep my team locked up for a week.
Legally you can. It's what they signed up for, even if they didn't read their contracts.
Yes, of course. I just hate the idea. So what's the next step?
My team is processing the data now. We'll start sifting through it tonight. Scout's honor. Coffee's on me, okay?
There's also a bunker camera. Interesting. I don't think we can actually use the elevator right now, can we? Yeah, we can't go to any other floor. Fair enough. Yeah, that's true, 18. You can still, I guess, you know, try to sue them.
Alright. I ditched her at the coffee stand. Find a server containing the network logs. Since I have a record of each and every one of your hacks, we'll just search for the timestamps on those and turn that data into something harmless. Easy as that.
And this place always gives me the chills.
Here we are. Beautiful. I'll update your communicator one more time. A little program I cooked up just for this purpose. There we go. I think that worked. Try it out.
Exactly, Roger. I mean, sometimes they determine the laws, either, or influence events in such a way that they can get through with, you know, those kind of contracts as well. Right, we have Observatory Industries WKS 306, remote computer available, and Observatory Entertainment SRV 001 Observatory Industries server done. Initiate remote hacking. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, sometimes they can just get away with it because people just don't know any better. Or there's like nobody in their corner, you know, telling them otherwise. Pirates of Nightmares. Internal context video. So that's a good trailer. Later we get the bad.
The dawn of the deadly 18th century. Rogues and sailors band together to live their lives by the sword. With no laws or morals, no gods, and no fear. Only betrayal, mutiny, cruelty, and debauchery. There is plunder to be found on golden beaches. Will you risk life and soul to fight the Pirates of Nightmares? Benjamin Hornigold, Calico Jack, Charles Vane, and Blackbeard?
So yeah, that's still an alright trailer, right? But later on they actually decide to make that more Hollywood-like and throw like all the cliches into it. And also have the worst narrator ever. Like this narrator is actually quite nice to listen to, I think. But in the later version it's just, oh, they completely butchered it. Well, your little brother walked away from a bunch of credit card stuff because they issued it to him when he was 16. Damn, dude. Yeah, fuck those kind of practices. Nothing is lawful, everything is plundered. Holla, ladies. Yeah. I remember that. I always cringe a little bit when I hear it.
I can feel you, Cypher. Feel. But hardly touch. Signal is still too weak, and I am spread thin. Unfocused. Like static and fog. Lingering in networks and nodes. The nervous system of the world.
Can you hear?
Perhaps the temple was opened too soon. But this was not by choice. The cataclysm pushed all doubt aside. We bless poor Desmond, who gave his life so that you, the children of our labors, would live on, to fulfill your purpose in ours, in mine. But now is not the time. My strength is not sufficient to inhabit an organic vessel. There is more work to do, more samples to acquire, more artifacts to find before my will can attain.
What's happening? Tell me!
Make me whole again, my children, my instruments. Bring me forth to fulfill your purpose.
Tell me! No, no, no! Something's wrong! God damn it! She should be here! Now! Living in that goddamned head of yours! Fuck, 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 fuck! Why did she spare you? Why are you still here?
Oh boy. Hola, this is one of your favorite clips, Ronnie. You think it's hilarious? Yeah, definitely. It's kind of funny, you know, the way they say it. Also, when Edward says it at the beginning when he gets to Havana. I think that's the clip you're talking about, right? When you arrived in Havana with Edward. Yeah. Yeah, that one I don't mind as much because it's also like, you know, pronounced a bit more properly, I guess. But then later in the like, you know, kind of like Observatory Entertainment trailer, the narrator kind of like butchers it a little bit, and I just can't. But yeah, the Edward one I don't mind too much. Atiruchi does great work, as you know, in every game she's played her in. Very memorable voice and manner of speaking, for sure. Yeah, it's great they still get her back, you know, to still do a lot of the voice acting. I think it's fantastic. Yeah, no kidding. viewer. Like, John is going into rage mode. But not only the frustration of one, but the frustration of all those sages who have come before. That's true, yeah. Like, this was kind of like the moment, you know, everything should have culminated in. Since, like, you know, 80,000 years or something. And it just didn't work. Juno isn't strong enough yet in the Grey. And they still have to do more research. Especially at Abstergo, to find a proper and suitable body for her. But yeah, it's gonna happen eventually though. It's just that first we need the Shroud of Eden, or Abstergo needs it, which we're actually gonna obtain in Syndicate. And then we basically push the entire Juno story plot into the comics. But essentially she becomes or possesses a body successfully. And then the Assassins and a subdivision of the Templars, the Black Cross, work together to take down Juno. And Desmond's son, who also happens to be a sage, ends up helping and taking him down. Yeah, or taking her down, I guess. But yeah, it's a bit of a shame that all of it, you know, is just like happening in the comics. You never see it in like any game. It's a culmination. When you said culminated, it made you think of that quote from Unity by Jamet. Oh yeah. Jamet also had really good conversations and dialogues, I think. Especially the ending one between Annua and him, you know, after Elise is killed. One quote that always stuck to me is the march of progress is slow, but it is inevitable like a glacier. I thought it was always like a very good quote, like very visual. You know, because who could stop a glacier, I guess. Recently had a conversation with him. I know, right? Not the Titanic. Good one, Mola. Good one. Excellent line. You get chills even thinking about that. Yeah. Just another example of Unity writing also being really good. You love the ending with Jamet. You just wish he had more character development and didn't have late rise as villain. Yeah, that's true. There definitely could have been more with him. I agree. That's the thing with Unity's main story. Like, it's definitely a bit short at times, and you know, they really go like from one major event to another a lot of the time. You can definitely tell how much effort they put also into the side stuff, I guess, which makes it space out a bit better. But if you just go from like one main mission to another, I feel like it's a bit short, and it's not like, you know, a lot of the side stuff is giving you anything regarding Jermaine either. So there could have been more for sure. But yeah, let's go back into the Animus and see where Edward is imprisoned.
My lord, His Majesty's court contends that the defendants, Mary Reed and Anne Bonny, did piratically, feloniously, and in an hostile manner attack, engage, and take 7 certain fishing boats. Secondly, this court contends that the defendants lurked upon the high seas and did set upon, shoot at, and take 2 certain merchant sloops, thus putting the captains and their crews in corporeal fear of their lives.
Edward James Kenway, born of motley parentage in Swansea, to an English father and Welsh mother. Married at 18 to Miss Caroline Scott, now estranged.
She's a beautiful woman, I am told, but not at all well these days.
If you touch her, you bastards, I'll...
Quite a surprise finding you here rotting in a Jamaican prison. We heard rumors that you had taken up with the pirate Roberts.
If you know the Observatory's location, tell us now, and you'll be out of here in a flash.
Rogers can hold these British hounds at bay, for a time. But this will be your fate if you fail to cooperate.
You, Mary Reed and Anne Bonny, are to go from hence to the place from whence you came, and from thence to the place of execution, where you shall be severally hanged by the neck, till you are severally dead, dead, dead!
Oh, Ross!
May God in his infinite mercy be merciful to each of your souls!
We're pregnant! Do you all hear that?
What the devil did she say?
They plead their bellies, my lord.
Aye, you can't hang a woman quick with child, can ye?
Quiet! Quiet! If what you claim is true, then your executions will be stayed, but only until your terms are up.
Then I'll be up the duff the next time you come knocking.
Remove them!
Such a good cutscene.
What's your name? Hillock? Kenmore? Conway?
It's Walpole, ain't it?
Walpole?
Severally
Where'd you
dead.
get that?
Dead.
Well, that's
Dead.
the rumour going
Dead.
round.
Dead.
This dirty and
Dead.
daft pirate
Dead.
Has ever
Dead.
sailed these West Indies.
Well, whatever his name, gotta make sure he suffers without dying. Orders from the governor. And back to the prisons at sundown.
And massage his feet if he's aching, shall I?
Jesus. A shit detail as ever was.
Can't they kill the bastard? Ain't been a good hanging for months, not since Rackham got his.
Eh? Hard to understand how it works. I've heard it said they scooped up Captain Vane near a year ago. He's not seen the end of the road.
I can't fathom it. Some men, they stretch after days of capture. Others they sit on. This is a warning.
Good morning, Captain Kenway. I have a gift for you. Do not mistake my purpose here. I have come for Anne and Mary, and you owe me nothing for this. But if you would lend me your aid, I can promise you safe passage from this place.
I'll need weapons.
You are comfortable with this, I am told. We must hurry.
What does he mean by motley parentage? He means motley parentage in that his mother, father are Welsh English, and that's unusual. Ah, okay. I kinda had to think of like Motley Crue, the band, and wondered if that's like a similar kind of like background. But severely dead, dead, dead. It's so funny the way he says it. And thanks again for the biddies rod, I appreciate it. They did find a loophole, Ronnie. You're pregnant. Oh, you can't hang us now, can you? That's against your Christian beliefs. You thought that meant that they were unwed at the time of conception, and that seemed an unusual thing to point out or even know. That's true, yeah. That's interesting. Thank you for looking that up, Fua. I appreciate it. Hey there, Saycat. Welcome in. Just came from a store and there was a guy wearing a clown nose walking around getting groceries. It doesn't sound creepy at all. But yeah, who knows what he was doing. The part they were talking about was Calico Jack Rackham. That's true, yeah. Yeah, they talked both about Jack Rackham and Vane. Apparently Jack Rackham has, you know, been hanged and, or I guess has been killed, executed, left to die. And Vane has been found, but he's been in prison for a year now and still hasn't been hanged. And there's of course a mission where we can also find all of our old friends. We can find Jack Rackham, we can hear about Steve Bonnet, and then we can also find Vane. I'm not quite sure where Jake Rackham is right now. I have to be a bit thorough. But I think he's also in one of these cages here. Just not sure where it is. Or at least his skeleton is in one of these, I believe. Must be inside here. Okay, let's also have a look at the database. Got no entries for Vane and these guys. Okay, let's actually start reading here, because that's a bit more recent. He was executed in Port Royal on 18th of November 1720. Ah, okay. Gotcha. Thanks for looking that up, Ronnie. Some weeks later, Vane found himself marooned on a small island somewhere south of Cuba. He spent many weeks in isolation there, though it is suspected he must have come in contact with fishermen who were known to frequent the area. But for whatever reason, Charles Vane kept to himself until he was able to hail a passing British ship. And hey there, Dan, welcome in. Thank you for the raid, and welcome in, raiders. I hope you had a great stream today. Playing some more SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom. Oh yeah. How was it? I've actually looked into your last stream and watched a bit of gameplay of it. It looked really fun. But yeah, welcome into some Black Flag. We're just currently reading up on some people that got new information and doing the last couple of sequences right now. It was good to just 100% the game. Very, very nice. Congrats on beating the game and also on completionist. That's awesome. So will you be replacing the game with another one? Do you have like any idea yet what you would like to play next? Unfortunately for him, the captain of the ship recognized him as Vane, the notorious pirate, and refused to bring him aboard. More weeks passed and Vane was at its wit's end. At last another British ship sailed past, and Vane clambered aboard. He did his best to keep to himself, but in a cruel twist of fate, the captain of the first ship happened to be aboard the second. He spotted Vane after only a few days at sea, and pointed him out to the captain. Vane was arrested on the spot and sailed to Kingston for trial. There he languished for almost a year in prison before his execution in early 1721, a sad whimper of fate for a man once so full of explosive and angry energy. I know, right, Sicket? I've also been getting some mosquitoes recently. But yeah, today has been lovely. We got like 12 degrees Celsius, lots of sunshine. Then he was down among the dead men. Yeah, dude, I get chilled just thinking about how he sings that song again. And the progression from, like, you know, the jungle maroon parts to now. Ah, okay, now we also have a new entry for the Sage update. Thanks in large part to a series of letters acquired through the efforts of our researchers, we now have some sense of what constitutes a sage. It appears that such a person, always a man, is the result of a bizarre experiment perpetrated by Juno, one of the luminaries of a so-called First Civilization, with the aid of her husband Aita. Apparently using her husband's DNA as a base, Juno manipulated his genetic material to create a program which he then inserted as junk DNA into the human genome. Though harmless by all appearances, this program could, under the right circumstances, activate suddenly during the conception of a human child, and quite literally, reconfigure itself into the genome of a husband. In this way, a near-perfect replica or clone of this man's personality and intelligence, with all its memories intact, would appear in lieu of the actual child that should have resulted from this union. It is unknown at this point why Juno should have wanted her husband likeness to continually recur throughout the centuries and millennia, especially in light of the first civilization's swift extinction barely 100 years after Juno and her kind walked the earth. Yet it remains a sobering fact that there is a very high probability that one such replica of the Saita is alive and walking the earth at this very moment. Indeed. The Guardians. An obscure group of warriors, natives likely related to the Tiano people, yet quite secretive in their dealings with other tribes and groups. Calling themselves the Guardians, they protect lands they deem sacred, and brook no unauthorized passage over their lands. Over many generations, the Guardians have developed an incredible talent for stealth and secret attacks, and can be quite deadly when attacking from unseen vantages. He looks like he came from Woodstock. Okay, let's have a look also at Benjamin Hornigold update here. In the year following, Benjamin Hornigold grew to admire Captain Rogers and worked as a privateer for the governor as often as he could, ultimately rising his reputation far above what it had been as a mere pirate. But when his activities brought him back into the sphere of his old friend, the pirate Edward Kenway, his seemingly good fortunes came to an end. Benjamin Hornigold died under mysterious circumstances in the summer of 1919, somewhere in the western seas of the West Indies. You have no idea what game you'll be playing next. Not sure if you'll be playing another story-based game or something like Payday 2 or Age of Empires. Oh, nice. Like ages since I played some Age of Empires myself. But yeah, I love especially the first one.
You! Stop! He's trying to get away! Where do you think you're going? We've lost the bastard!
Nice. Stand still.
On now. Hey, none of that there, friend. Up with you.
Interloper, raise the alarm!
First Age of Empires definitely holds a special place in your heart. That's what you played as a kid. Did now actually convince you to play the second one. Ah, I gotcha. Nice. Yeah, the first Age of Empires was actually one of my first games ever that I played. My uncle introduced it to me when I was like super young. Maybe 6 or so. And yeah, kinda like watched him and my siblings play it a lot and eventually also played it myself. It's almost like I have played this before. Yeah, almost, right? Not quite, but almost. Ah, damn. There he is.
You weren't much of a friend, Jack Rackham, nor an able sailor neither. But you were strange and lively, and you made me laugh more than once. And that's enough to make me sorry for seeing you like this. I hope you found a lasting peace, down there among the dead.
Oh man. Like, even though I didn't even, you know, like Jack Rackham that much, it's still... It's hard, you know, seeing him like this, like he didn't deserve it. Yeah, for some reason the conversation about Steed didn't trigger, did it? Because I think it was also supposed to be here. But yeah, like that one also hits even harder to me, you know, because you hear that he's actually been like whining before, or shedding tears before, you know, being executed. Playing Medieval Total War 2, an old game but still very solid. Never played those games, but they do look fun.
You'll not escape! Stop! Intruder! I need some help here!
Oops. Okay, never mind. Didn't quite work. Yeah, exactly, Aura. That part always hits very hard.
brought here. Didn't hear what happened after.
Don't be!
Best of luck to you, mate. I wish we'd parted as friends.
Man, this crash is... it's hard. I'm saying goodbye to so many people. There's still more to come. Imagine this part where the Vane sends Edward's voice. He would probably just think it was an audio hallucination. Yeah. It doesn't even like recognize Edward at all, right?
My friend just had a child, and she's poorly now. Help! Somebody!
Shut your bleeding trap, or I'll fill it my own way.
Sassenach, bastards, murderers, grown men, the pair of you, standing over a dying lady like she was a piece of meat.
A dying pirate. There's your difference.
Aye. She dies from childbirth, all the better, eh? God carries out her sentence and our hands are clean.
Oh, you bastard! Somebody help!
Just want to make sure I don't miss any dialogue, you know? I think that's it.
Christ, there he is! You ended this day.
Mary? Mary, it's me, Edward.
Edward? Who's this fella?
It's all right, Anne. He's a friend. What's wrong with Mary?
She's ill.
And her child?
They took her. No idea where. Oh! Oh! Oh!
I know it pains my lady, but we must be silent. Can you walk? Lean on me, Mary. Come on.
I can't.
Search every cell!
Come on, that's it. You're all right.
Stop. Stop, please.
I ain't leaving you, damn it. Lift your arm.
It's no good.
There's no one here!
I ain't leaving you nowhere. No bloody way.
Put me down, Edward. Don't die on my account. Go.
This is such a pain in the ass. Damn it. You should have been the one to outlast me.
I've done my part. Will you?
If you came with me, I could. Mary.
I'll be with you, Kenway. I will.
Rest in peace, Mary.
Requiescat in pace.
What a great character she was. But yeah, this is definitely the death that hits the hardest for me. Seeing Mary go like that. Especially under these circumstances, like, she literally just, you know, got her child. They took the child away. You know, God knows what they've done with the child, with the baby. And then she dies because of it. Just because nobody would, you know, take care of her. Nobody was offering any help. Not a bit of human decency at all.
What's happened to Mary? What's wrong?
Is she gone?
Oh no. Oh God! Oh!
What will you do now?
Nothing sensible.
You haven't earned this, but they suit you. Good fortune to you, Edward Kenway.
No compassion, just treating her like she was worth nothing. Exactly. Yeah, that whole dialogue, I don't think I actually, or at least for a long time, I didn't listen to it fully. When you hear Anne arguing with the guards about what's happened. Because I usually just go ahead and try to kill the guards to help her quicker. But obviously that doesn't matter, so I might as well wait and listen to what they all say. But the fact also, like, you know, like when it says they looked her like fresh meat or something, you know, after what happened. Just disgusting. But yeah, just sad it had to end this way. But you haven't earned these, but they suit you. Not yet. Yeah, it's a great quote as well. You know, that airport kind of like fits a lot of the assassin ideals in a way, and also behaves like one in some. But he hasn't quite earned them. But he will.
More? Bring a bottle. I'd see some colour first.
Will this do? In all your years out here, you could never achieve what I've done in 1/5 the time. Because you're a good man, Edward, see? Goodness
is your disease. That's my prize, Roberts. Now give it here!
Remember my creed, boy. A short life and a merry one, that is all. The world owes us nothing more than this. So take what you will, and then die before you live to see yourself made a fool.
Give it here. That's right, boy, take it. I'll sweeten you, maggot. I'll cut you down!
It really is, Rod. It's a fantastic sequence. Very, very introspective.
Shackles he wants, you'll find him.
Calm, little puppy, and slink back to your kennel. You haven't the mettle for my brand of madness.
Robert! Welcome aboard, Kenway. It's prizes, plunder, and adventure ahead. Are you game?
Out of my way, Ben!
Raise a glass to freedom, lads. Here's to gentlemen of fortune and women of leisure.
To a world full of rogues, better than all the kings and queens that kick us about.
As gentlemen of fortune, we enjoy plenty and satisfaction, pleasure and ease, liberty and power. What man with a sensible mind would choose the former life? For I have dipped my hands in muddied waters, and, withdrawing them, find 'tis better to be a commander than a common man!
No worries, Butterfingers. Thanks for being here, and thanks for luck. Hope your work training goes well.
Soaring high above a shepherd's field, that swooped down on powerful wings to seize a grazing lamb and carry it off to her nest. Flying close by, a jackdaw saw the deed, and it filled his head with the idea that he too was just as strong and capable. So, with a great flapping and rustling of feathers, the jackdaw came down swiftly and clutched at the coat of a large ram. But when he tried to fly away, he found he could not lift the animal, for his size and strength were not up to the task. And even as the jackdaw struggled, the ram hardly noticed he was there. Nearby, just across the field, the shepherd saw the fluttering bird and was quite amused. Running up, he captured the jackdaw and clipped its wings. That evening, he gave the jackdaw to his children as a gift. "What an odd little bird this is, father," they laughed and shouted. "What do you call him?" "This is a jackdaw," the father said. "But if you should ask him, he would claim to be an eagle."
That's really interesting, this Ace of Fable story. Because of course it's about Edward, right? Like in a way. Like Edward is the jackdaw. And he kind of like is, you know, imitating to be an eagle for a lot of the game, right? Like, for example, the way he takes on the assassin personality in the beginning of the game. But in Wood Rogers' words, you know, he couldn't do anything to the ram, which stands symbolically for the Templars. Damn. So I have Mary, Blackbeard, and Caroline. Or dead. Of course they haven't been hanged, right? But they have all died. Directly or indirectly also because... I mean, not really because of Edward, right? But because of the path they were going.
No more than 2 years! You promised me!
You left! When I needed you the most!
But you had me! What keeps you wondering? Do I not make you happy?
I'm so close, Caroline! Please! Just let me do this!
Is everything you do out of spite, Edward?
It's not spite that's driving me, Mary! It's courage!
Courage for what, man? There's no one left in your life to care.
God damn you all! I can handle this!
Loud! Always tearing down when you could be building things up, or building yourself up if nothing else.
Just leave me be!
Change course, Edward! Change your bloody course before it's too late!
Captain Kenway! You look like a bowl of plum duff.
Christ! Oh, I've got a head for 10.
On your feet.
You put me on the spot, Addy. After leaving me with Robert, I should have hard feelings about seeing you here. But mostly I'm bloody glad.
Me too, brother. And you'll be chuffed to know your jackdaw is still in one piece.
So we set sail. You're leaving?
Aye, Edward. If I have another calling elsewhere.
Ade, listen.
When your heart and your head are ready, visit the assassins. I think you'll understand then.
And yeah, there we go. Back in Kingston. Got our Jackdaw back as well, but Adivali left us in the process. And you can't really blame him, right? Like, he warned Edward so many times. And Edward never really listened. At least not a way of that stopping him on his, you know, search for the observatory. And doing almost anything it took to find it. But it wasn't really the great prize that he searched for either, right? Like, he thought it would make him rich, but it doesn't. So a lot of like what Edward has hoped for is also like crushed, really. And now it's kind of like time to make amends in a way for his behavior, but also for kind of like his you know, plans for the future, I guess. In a way, it's a bit of a redemption part now at the end. You know, him trying to actively change his behavior in some ways. I believe we can actually pick up some money here from the fleet. Also go ahead and give ourselves the black sails, I think. Okay, I want to have a look into the database again just to see if there's anything new. Indeed, for Mary Reed. Okay, there we go. Official records of her activities do not appear until around 1720. The ship she had been sailing on was taken by pirates, who were subsequently arrested. In order to avoid a swift execution by Governor Rogers in Nassau, Mary took the king's pardon and there she settled. Whether or not this was a front for more secretive activity, it is hard to say. It was at this time, however, that Mary met and befriended the much younger Anne Bonny. The two became close friends, as Anne reportedly saw through Mary's disguise rather quickly. Unfortunately, Anne's beau, Jack Rackham, did not, and Mary was compelled to reveal herself as a woman to avoid the pointless altercation. According to recently unearthed documents, we know that some of Governor Rogers' administrators were eventually made aware of Mary's status as a woman, likely on account of Jack Rackham's big mouth. In any event, Mary, Anne, and Jack did not hang around Nassau for much longer than after their meeting. At some point in the late summer of 1720, the trio raised a small crew and a store schooner docked in Nassau's harbor. For 3 months, they pirated and pillaged, with Anne and Mary taking the lead whenever their self-appointed Captain Rackham was indisposed from drink. Unfortunately for all, Rackham's incompetence also landed them in more trouble than they could handle, and in October 1720 their ship was set upon by the British. According to reports, only Anne, Mary, and one unnamed young man were fit enough to resist, and to resist they did. Miraculously, only the young man died in the ensuing fight. Anne and Mary were arrested, as were Jack Rackham and the rest of the crew, after they awoke from their drunken stupors below deck. Taken to Kingston for trial, the executions were stayed after the woman announced they were many months pregnant. Mary languished in jail until her term was up. Unfortunately, just days after giving birth, she died of a severe illness or infection, likely caused by the terrible unsanitary conditions of her captivity. It is not known what happened to Mary's child. After keeping Bonnet's revenge in his own fleet for a short time, Blackbeard suddenly abandoned her along with most of its crew. Bonnet was again free to seek his own path. Perhaps believing he had been properly mentored under Blackbeard's tutelage, Bonnet struck out for the Danish island of St. Thomas, hoping to earn a privateering commission. But his crew had other ideas. Plunging headlong into piracy once more, Steed's crew lashed out recklessly at every prize they could find, resulting in their capture some months later near Cape Fear, North Carolina. While Steed awaited trial, numerous people came forward as witnesses to attest to the good quality of his character. But this came to nothing, and after one botched escape attempt, Steed was finally walked to the gallows in December 1718. As the hangman slipped the noose around his neck, he broke down in tears, begging for mercy. The sight of his abject shame moved many to tears, but it was not enough to save him. The gentleman pirate was no more. Man. Quite possibly the latter, for he soon found himself involved with another man's wife, fetching Anne Bonny, a woman 20 years his junior. When their relationship was discovered, Anne's husband was so appalled by his wife's infidelity that he tried to have her arrested and whipped. Rackham offered to pay for a divorce, but the husband would not hear it. At their wits' end, Anne and Jack decided to elope and return to the sea as pirates. Joining her crew was Mary Reed, still passing as a man. Together, the three set off in search of a fresh sip of freedom, but they did not get far. Within 4 months of their flight from Nassau, they were captured by authorities and brought to trial. Jack was kept in a prison in Jamaica, perhaps in a cell near his old rival, Charles Vane. A few weeks later he was hanged, and his body gibbeted just outside Port Royal, on a small islet now called Rackham's Cay.
Larboard, floating booty there for the taking.
And it's crazy how many of his side characters actually die, right? It kind of like starts, you know, very funny and lighthearted, and you have like adventures with everybody, and then, you know, everybody just starts to die, essentially. But I think it's really well done, you know, kind of like showing also the consequences of a life they were living, and you know, what the British and Spanish were ready to do with the pirates. And only because they were on the other side of the law, right? Because, I mean, the British and Spanish, they had privateers, which essentially were pirates. Only they did it in the name of a crown or whatever. But, you know, as soon as a pirate does it and fights for their independence, that's not allowed. But yeah, let's go to Tulum, the assassin location in this game. You can also get the Mayan armor, I believe. Sequence 11. Are you alright, dude? I think there's a glitch in the Matrix or something. Sequence 11. Everything is permitted.
Jesus, Addy, what the hell happened here?
You happened here, Edward. The damage you caused 6 years ago has not been undone.
I'm not an easy man to call a friend, am I? Is that why you're here?
To fight beside a man so driven by personal gain and glory is a hard thing, Edward. And I have come to feel the assassins and their creed a more honorable course. Have I been unfair?
No. For years I've been rushing around taking whatever I fancied, not giving a tinker's curse for those I hurt. And yet here I am, with riches and reputation, feeling no wiser than when I left home. Yet when I turn around, look at the course I've run, there's not a man or woman that I love left standing beside me.
There is time to make amends, Captain Kenway.
Mary. Before she died, she asked me to do good by her, to sort out the mess I made. Can you help me?
Mary was fond of you, Edward. She saw something in your bearing that gave her hope you might one day fight with us.
Aye. She told me.
And what do you think of our creed?
It's hard to say. For if nothing is true, then why believe anything? And if everything is permitted, why not chase every desire?
Why, indeed.
It might be that this idea is only the beginning of wisdom, not its final form.
That's quite a step up from the Edward I met here many years ago. So what do you think?
It'll take some getting used to.
The second attack this month. I should have moved this village long ago.
I brought all this upon you years ago, but I will stand by you now.
It will take more than a few favors to call yourself a true assassin, Edward.
One thing at a time, mate.
Under attack once more. Come.
Nice, we can actually do some crafting. I still need one more crocodile leather though. But let's get the first rope dot pouch. He's just dancing aura. Yeah. Definitely was. But why indeed, so much is said with that response, and you can also apply it to Edward's path. That's true as well. And that's the voice rod. I hope you have a good rest. Thank you so much for coming by and for joining. Thanks also again for the raid as well earlier. And for anybody watching, if you haven't checked out Rod before, he's also another big fan of Assassin's Creed. He's an amazing streamer. Plays almost every day on his channel, various games. On the weekends he's currently doing AC Valhalla, where he's doing a bow and archery challenge. And that game is going to be replaced very soon by AC3 once he finishes Valhalla. He's also playing Monday to Wednesday, he has been playing Witcher 3. However, now that he's finished the main game today, he's actually gonna replace it with Red Dead Redemption in the future. And then continue playing the DLC for Witcher on Thursdays, I think. And on Fridays you can also catch him play some Tomb Raider, where he's currently playing for the old school Tomb Raider games. So if you're also into those, then I highly recommend checking out his channel for those streams as well. And that's the voice rod. More than happy to give you a shout out. And definitely will catch you soon as well, dude. Have a good rest. I can't believe it took you this long to realize what game I was playing. Does it mean I finished the other game and you missed the ending? Which other game do you mean by Two Fingers? Do you mean Witcher? Currently I'm just playing Black Flag and Witcher, and Black Flag we have been playing for a while already. Okay. Yeah, I play both games at the same time currently actually. I play like half of a week Witcher and the other half AC. And both games are still going on. Like we still have lots in Witcher 3 left. So yeah, we're gonna be playing Witcher 4 definitely a while still.
To the beach!
Yeah, no worries. We still have like lots of chapters left. And then also the DLC, of course. Fast Stone and Blood and Wine. And Fanlight. Welcome in, dude. Thank you so much for the raid. And welcome in everybody from Fanlight stream. I hope you had a great time today. How's everybody doing? Big shout out here to Fanlight. For anybody that didn't come with a raid, definitely check him out. He's a great streamer, plays all kinds of games, currently some Elden Ring. Oh yeah, how was that? Hey there hackers, welcome in, dude. How are you doing? Hey there Sarah, welcome in. Hey my lover, how are you doing? Thank you for joining. Welcome in Young Crumpet. Also Chaotic Neutral Goblin. How are you guys doing? And yeah, it's going really good. We're currently in the last chapters of AC4 Black Flag. And yeah, just trying with the assassins and had some pretty hard-hitting moments. Lots of people died. And lots of friends too, but it's also really good, you know, the way it's done. But yeah, I got some sad moments that happened recently. But how was Elden Ring? It's so damn good. Hell yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've seen the reviews, and when I first saw them, I just thought, you know, it was like a meme or something. But no, it turns out actually everybody almost gave it like a 10 out of 10 or something. But yeah, that's great. I'm glad you're enjoying it as well. I hear like almost exclusively good things about Elden Ring. But yeah, are you like struggling at all with the game? I heard it's quite difficult. And yeah, dude, the story is absolutely fantastic in this game. Okay, nice. We gotta hang people with the darts. Down here. The battle of the trees. Amazing. Oh. At least you got 2 of it done. It's generally such a special game. It's really odd as you don't really get with the From Software stuff. There's the odd struggle, but nothing you haven't been able to overcome as of yet. I getcha. That's not the first time I hear that either, that it's supposed to be like also appealing to people that don't even like Dark Souls games or something too much. I played through Dark Souls 2 and a bit of 3, and I thought it was alright. Like not my, you know, favorite type of game or anything, but definitely quality games. But it looks like Elden Ring is something I should definitely look into as well.
Blanco claro. Blanco claro.
Okay, I still gotta hang somebody here. Let's try something.
Blanco claro. Lo veo directamente.
Like this. There we go. Okay, now we got it. Hey, the Carnage, welcome in, dude. Thank you so much for joining. I hope you're also having a good day. It's quite approachable with the sheer amount of play starts in the game. Yeah, that's the thing as well, right? Like, if you just make it varied and let the player kind of like choose what they enjoy playing, definitely opens up to more like different kinds of players as well. I guess that might be one of the secrets behind its success and appeal to so many people. Okay, so we gotta kill 20 soldiers here, and the captain. Right, let's get the captain. Oi! Get off me. He jumped behind me into water. Amazing. But yeah, I didn't quite get to catch me, boy. You forgot they can't swim these ones. Yeah, so funny. You can swim, but nobody else can.
¡Tened vuestros sables a mano!
¡Para! Amigo mío, te tengo encañonado.
There we go. All the change is done.
Janumuk Awoyetel Abishan. And once more you have our thanks, Edward. You are welcome here.
Thank you, sir. I'll rest here for a time before setting out, if I may. How's her child?
She is a strong woman, but not invincible.
I'm sorry for your loss.
If I'd stayed in prison, they'd have taken him from me. He'd never be alive. Maybe this is God's way of saying I'm not fit to be a mother yet. Carrying on like I do. Cursing and drinking and fighting.
You are a fighter, aye. In prison, I heard stories of the infamous Anne Bonny and Mary Read taking on the King's Navy together. Just the pair of you.
It's all true. Anne would have won that day if Jack and his lads weren't passed out in the hold from drink. Edward. Everyone's gone, aren't they? Mary, Rackham, Touch, all the rest. I miss them so. Rough as they were. Do you feel that too? All empty inside you?
I do. Devil curse me. I do.
Such a good moment. The way Edward and Anna kind of like, you know, connecting there. Because they just share the same, you know, feelings.
I know my targets by sight well enough. But how will I find them?
We have spies and informants in every city. Visit our bureaus and the assassins there will guide you.
That fixes Torres and Rogers. But Bartholomew Roberts won't be near any city. Might take months to find him.
Or years. But you're a man of talent and quality, Captain Kenway. I believe you will find him.
And if you're at a loss, don't be afraid to call on your quartermaster for aid.
Quartermaster! What's our present course?
Due west, Captain, if it's still Kingston we're sailing for.
It is indeed, Miss Bonny. Call it out.
Weigh anchor and let fall the courses, lads. We're sailing for Jamaica.
Hell yeah.
How does it feel to bark so loud?
I've barked louder, and to men twice as rough.
Tending bar at the old Avery, you mean?
Among other places. And I sailed with Mary and Rackham for a time, remember?
Of course.
Mary did most of the captaining, Jack did most of the drinking.
Did Mary?
No worries at all, Fanlight. Thanks again so much for coming by and for joining the stream, dude. And also for the raid and for bringing your peeps over. I hope you enjoy the food and hope you have a great rest of your day. And yeah, take care. And I also want to give some shoutouts here to Carnage and Hackers. For anybody that also doesn't know them or didn't come with a raid. Because I'm sure most of the people from Fanlight already know them. But yeah, they're also great streamers. Carnage is currently playing some Horizon Zero Dawn actually. For his first time, I believe, of a game. He also does a lot of music stuff as well, so you can catch that on the channel too. And they also both play lots of community games from Rocket League to Knockout City and others. So definitely check out that as well if you haven't yet. But yeah, let's listen to some more of what Anne has to say.
Did she ever tell you who it was that fathered her child?
It was a young fella. Sailed with us on that last voyage. Poor lad was killed fighting beside us. The only man not too drunk to stand up for himself.
There was so much about her I didn't know. I called her a friend. But was I one in return?
She thought the world of you, Edward. I've no worries about that.
Well, that's good to hear.
Very nice. So, in a way, Edward kind of like joined with the assassins now, right? At least he's kind of like is like an associate of them, I guess. But as Atabai said, it would take years or months until, you know, he can call himself a proper assassin. So he hasn't quite fully joined the ranks yet. However, Adewale is definitely trying to do so, which is why he left the Jackdaw. And also left us with a new quartermaster, which now is N. That's something I kind of enjoy about the late game, you know, how you have like this change, because it really makes sense for Adewale and his character progression. But also with the connecting moment between N and Edward and like other people, you know, they've lost, it kind of makes sense for them to go together and, you know, do the Stars voyages in a court. It really makes sense. But yeah, we're gonna see more of Adewale and his assassin business in the DLC, of course, for Black Flag, Freedom Cry, which is what we're gonna be playing next after we finish the main story. We only have like a few things left really in this game now. We've done all of these side missions and side activities. And we only really got one major sequence left now. Sequence 12. But yeah, we won't be finishing that today though, because for me it's also almost dinner time here. Just gonna stay around a bit more. See if I can find a ship or something. Or maybe a bigger ship. Like that one. And I'm gonna miss this game. Just like sailing around the Caribbean.
Fire! Let themselves explode! Make him back up! Give the order, sir! Fire! She's making go! Down to the tree! Fire! Order, sir! Fire!
More better to end today's stream with. But yeah, we're definitely gonna be having some bigger ship battles still in this game. Because yeah, there's still like one more sequence and we still have to fight Roberts' ship that we actually gotten for him. A huge man of war with like OP mortars if there ever were some. But you're gonna be a piece of cake for us after the legendary ship edits. I was gonna remind myself to use this like charge ability a bit more. Because one reason I did the legendary ship so early, or as early as we did, was so that I could unlock it and use it a bit more. There's actually one more thing we could do today, real quick. And that is going back to Tulum and picking up the Mayan armor. Because we should have enough Mayan stones unlocked to actually get access to that now. What's kind of cool about the Mayan armor is that it has a really unique effect, which is that it's like anti-magnetic, I guess, in a way. So it's kind of like making bullets kind of like stray away from you or your armor. So it's like really useful if you're getting like shot at by snipers or something. Hold on. I think I gotta go. Let's head from down here or something. Nice, there it is. As you can see, it looks a bit odd, right? Because the armor looks very futuristic in a way, even though it's like ancient Mayan. That's of course because in the universe, the ancient Mayan had access to the knowledge of the first civilization ever once who came before. Which is why this armor works the way it does, and why it also looks like that. So it doesn't quite seem to, you know, fit into the time, but it does 100% fit into the universe, which is what I love about it. But yeah, it can look a bit funny in cutscenes though. But yeah, it's great. Reminds you of the armor on Horizon. Yeah, that's a good comparison as well, actually. And it's also quite similar in the way that it's like from an ancient civilization in a way. Or at least, you know, parts into technology are. From the 2050s, I guess, or 60s or whatever that took place. Like the whole catastrophe. But I do have to say that Horizon actually has a lot of similarities to AC. In like some of the story and world building parts. And I love it. You know, this whole like, there's an ancient civilization that was like further advanced than we are now. Kind of like thing. Only it's not set in the past, it's set in the future. It's a bit like the opposite to AC in its approach. But yeah. I guess this is where we're gonna call it today for our Black Flag session. So next time we play this, we will 100% finish it because it's only one more sequence and the epilogue. And then we're also gonna make a start on the Freedom Cry DLC as well. But yeah, that's not gonna happen until Friday though. Tomorrow we head back to Witcher 3 and play more of our in-depth story run, doing all the missions we can find. So, yeah, gonna be more of that as well. Yeah, it's the Quencher 3, isn't it? The white cards. But yeah, hopefully this time we get to play more Gwent than we have last time. I want to thank you guys so much for coming by and for joining today's stream. And witnessing more of the ending chapters of Black Flag. Thanks also to our raids today. Fanlight, thanks again for the raid of party with 30 people. Dan, thank you also for the raid earlier. Rod, thank you too. And everybody else who joined today, with raids or without. I also had Regent Jacket as well raiding, that's right. Thank you to Regent Jacket. But yeah, we're also gonna do some raiding. So let me just see who's online and who we can say hello to. I see Lucinda playing some Resident Evil Village. I think I'm gonna say hi to her. See how she's enjoying the game. She's a big fan of like first-person games from like Dishonored to Dying Light and Resident Evil, so plays a lot of those kind of games. If you guys want to hop along with a raid, I would really appreciate it to show some support and love for Lucinda. If you also want to use the raid emotes to signal that you're part of raid, feel free to use those too. No worries, viewer. You have a good one. Thank you for dropping by and for joining. And yeah, I definitely will. You have a great day. And I will catch you all next time for some Witcher 3. Until then, take care. And yeah, see you on the next one.
Hey, welcome in, welcome in. I don't know if Necro is here yet, so haven't heard him speak up, so I will go ahead and give ya a shout out there. Thank you for the raid. Let's see, what were you playing today? Black Flag.